As we are once again live upon the internet. Let's actually make sure that we are, with bit rates and everything looking correct, and titles and such. And yeah, as the title says as well, we're going to be recording some stuff, which is the second parter of the unit video, which just requires one last thing filled in. So let's go get set up for that. Make sure this goes over here. Let's already make sure these all work. Yes. Okay. Oh, and hey, Doug. And we're jumping on a little bit earlier. Not too much. But of course, yeah, already streamed quite a bit today. This is a second part. Oh, yeah. Let's figure out the high-end situation and what we can do. Because in a very obvious sense with AR, this combo. And then we can even take the salvo to still lose a little bit. Although, of course, yeah, this would be more, you know, like that. And then, like, this would be overdose. If we're being real, I mean, well, that would be then, like, something else. Well, something else can now be a unit. How does this actually land? 58. So this actually with an AR with 3 would be 63, which is a little off. Oh, it's 63, so wait. Brain not braining. Wait, let's grab these two actually. Then we don't have to have brain braining. We can just take the actual pieces because actually, yeah, we can use a salvo to lose a crit. No. No. Yeah. Am I still 58? So wait, how can we land on? So 50. I mean, let's just. Oh wait, actually, with all crit damages, we can land 60. Yeah. 2 crit chances here, 60. Although we would want, yeah, equalizer, but then it just moves the friend rest somewhere else. This would be also a good place to look at the third piece bonus. Don't have friend rest mask, but we can. Although either friend rest or Grupo. I think I have a Grupo mask, yeah. So we can do that. Is everything crit damage? Yeah. Oh, except there as well, actually. So we can also check against double all units. Yeah. Yeah, let me get you up here. I needed this. Yeah. Doesn't that count per day then, actually? Because wouldn't this evening streams count? This evening's is a stream. Zoom in. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Well, unless specifically stated, yeah, I'm usually streaming in the evenings, definitely, and then the afternoon is like an extra. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at this. How do we set this up? So, first of all, the old version would be so yeah, we're not taking contractors there. So, Grupo Fenris improvised. Mm. Yeah. Or Hollow Man, but you have an AR. Now we're pushing crits pretty high, right? So Hollow Man actually not the weirdest. For 14, yeah. As Hollow Man is about the same as a contractor, isn't it? Yeah, so Hollow Man. So this is high end. Obly. Overdogs. Obly VG Overdogs. Oh, that's well. We should look at the glass one and what we can gain there. Yeah. So let's say we do this. This is done with Hollow Man. Also loses a crit chance and get a different multiplier in there. Let's see. Well, actually, all right. Let's take this for a second. Got, so if we just go 21 and then so I should get these base in here. 21, 34. Okay. Oh, yeah, so Hollow One is about the same, right? Yeah. Oh. Okay. So Hollow Fox, are we landing on that? So chance. It still has its crit chance, we're losing crit damage here as well. So we need 2 crit chances, and this can be all crit damage then. Yeah. So I'll work out though, actually. Because actually now we're eating maybe too much into the crit. Let's read this first. So wait, let's go back to Fenris Grupo. Yeah, so 196. Let's put this one in first. Yeah, so 196, 60. Oh, actually, no, that one 196. So 196 minus 36. So 160. Is 20 plus 25. 75, 18. And that's it. And this is 40. Okay. Yeah. This be the best layout though. Thing is, I don't want to spend the whole time here just figuring out what the best layout of this is. What other option do we have here? Nothing really, actually. It's only when we go to the equalizer when we gain some options. Let's try some of the options. Although with how high our grading is. So let's do and Diably. So this is 2x or is it like this? So this is equal plus salvo. This is equal plus unit. Also, we can shorten that to OD. So equal plus unit. There's all these spaces at the end. Oh, and then we have Let me catch up here for a second. Wait, what now? See my chat things. Buffer broke. I'll fix that first. It's interesting that's breaking like that now. That should have fixed it, hopefully. And hey, the theory. Thanks for pointing in that. Sorry, it took me a bit. It's kind of into that. And it is me. Listen for backpack and overdogs. I wouldn't think so. Just for consistency's sake, because yeah, the second you're shooting the wrong, like you would need to be sure to be catching the right enemy type, because also you're just putting a 25 versus a 30 effectively, plus a brand bonus on top, so it's already pretty close to 30 because you're not getting a damage on that end back. You're getting the disorient, but I need a Spachinki. I need over there. Your Tinkerbell, then it goes. I think, Dagger linked view, but basically Tinkerer can go into any red build. Like there isn't a red build that's. Oh well, no, that's not true. You want something that either the chest or the backpack isn't. Like you want it to be that it's just one of the pieces that you need. Which with a lot of gear sets, the big exception is especially on this Fury. But yeah, Strikers, Negotiator, Tinkerer, Umbra, OD. No, OD is the big poster child for Tinkerer anyway. That might be a one to grab. Because OD has so many good access to so many good talents. And Hideruki. And Thierry. Although I think I said that already, but otherwise, stick that one in your pocket for different. So let's figure this out. So salvo is 49. Because of equalizer as well. Because of the equalizer definitely goes in, of course. Then this becomes 60. So 159 minus 36. 123. Yeah, this is the thing. Are we now solo and 123? Solo in crit now that actually that crit is going to be worth more. We'll see here. And then yeah, this is 50. Still 18, 20 is still 35 as well. And this is times 1.05. And then actually this is times 1.10 for the salvo. Yeah, so this is this plus 12. I don't know, the rate of fire is gonna win. Oh, yeah. So that's good to know. Now, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? So now can try sticking that third piece in, but that would just be just, yeah, what happens when for each piece that we give up. So layout wise, we don't really have any other options, right? This would be the top one. We take the Cheska, we take the foxes. But let me just quickly. So what if we take the fox out at this point? Because this is solo, that might be worth it. So this would be, let's mess with this one. So this would be 10 basically. And then this would be is this number plus 25. 12 plus 15 or a plus 13. Yes. Wait, that doesn't work out by that degree? What? Feel those should be a lot closer. I don't know if we stick this at 90%. Oh wait, their RPMs aren't the same. Oh, group of wins actually against the Fox. Yeah, we're dropping crit solo. Then group of likely wins against the thingy as well. Against the Hollow Man. And then likely the Fox is bigger than the Hollow Man. Okay, so should have checked that actually. Let's do it now. So let's say we have this same one. So 21. And this one is this number plus 25. Yeah, the group by a lot. Especially with the salvo. What if we don't have the salvo, but this is also as well then? It's Still in favor of the group. Okay. Yeah, let's take that then as the basis. So this is then 21. This is then. It also gets us one of the crit chances we need anyway. Oh, that's also the reason we actually need crit chances. So this becomes 60. 160. 6160 and 6172. Why are they now like 11% more? That seems a lot. I mean, yeah, we're adding to a bunch of multipliers. Actually, that's not that weird. Oh yeah, we're kind of getting 5 or 4 from the weapon damage, and then another like 6 from this. Let's just for a second to double check this. So this will be 6160, right? Yeah. Let me catch up here for a sec. Again, in my own world. And it runs. Chill out would be kind of the worst to pick here for it. Because chill out, keep in mind you lose the brand bonus. Like unless you're going regen or you need that for mods, PFE mods. A chill out would be just worse than a group of piece or anything else here. Just you would give up a brand bonus. Yeah, you can stack 3 crit damages, but we need crit chance anyway. And Hollow Man always also exists for the mask slot. So yeah, we have this. Oh, wait, this then feels off almost. Oh no, so yeah, that has that there. And yeah, the thing is, yeah, we don't have much any other options there. Is the thing. We run out of options. Because we already have, pre-units, we have we have Fox, we have Grupo, so improvised would come in as the only real other option than Hollow Man. So that was the thing there. Oh, so 6160. And now if we go to a 3-piece. This unit. From a metric standpoint, see how that kind of works out. So that would be, this was a unit 2. So this would be 60, 135. Teen 021. And then we would have this. And then we would have times 1 point. Is it 1.5? It is 1.5, right? Yeah. Oh, actually, we have another 12 as well. So, oh, sorry, that's just 147. It's actually not a bad deal. That's just a 4% gap. For a decent amount more sustain. It does not. Oh, the crits are the same. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Because here we're trading that in for that. Which does kind of work out, but not to that degree. Although actually, so yeah, if we are shooting 0%, even then it's in the other way. Okay. And yeah, this can be also our way of kind of looking at that third piece. Well, the overdogs is going to be, so here I'm going with basically nowadays as well in high end, like if we're also for just not having multiple coyote ranges and stuff, the overdogs is much bigger than coyote. But what we can, so the layup, because Hollow Man is basically, when you average it out, basically the same as contractors, just because it's, while, DTH is less active, it is 14% versus 8, so it kind of works out. But that's the way that kind of high ends became already when overdogs came in. Because, well, you can run Coyote or Tinkerer, and then you can bring in contractors. The difference isn't that meaningful, because actually when we're pushing it down too much like this, actually, it doesn't work out for the crit side of things. The Grupo is actually better than, that would also be better than contractors. It's already better than also Hollow Man, so it's actually, but those pieces are only really better when we were pushing our crit super high with like, Coyote, Cheska, Grupo, Fenris, and then everything having also like stats. Here, because we can also take the Salvo, we can either 12 crit to trade it into 5 rate of fire, which works out. That Fox's Spur in there works out. So, and hey there, Melon. So today indeed. Well, the continuation of because this is starting now, as it should, to start looking like a completed one. Because also it needs to be in like half an hour when we go start recording for it. So yeah. Let's just check this one. If I just check that one, then kind of by virtue that all of them are kind of calculated off of each other as well, at least for the crit and crit chance, crit damages, this should work out. So 6147, yeah, that lines up. Yeah, let's go check these things damage numbers. Although this is also kind of going to be the place to talk about that third piece bonus where, yeah, we can get a lot of damage from mag, a bit of sustain, but it just doesn't work out for the burst end of things. Although, honestly, in the high end, I'd be totally okay taking 3 pieces of this. Like this makes sense at the very least. But yeah, we kind of have to go through 2 pieces to get there, which... Or yeah, we basically need place for 3 pieces, and then also, like, you know, the only real reason it works here still is we're not, you know, dropping vigilance here and going all the way down to there. Because we don't need to on the high end. One brief thing I want to check. So if this is instead 10.0.21. Would that actually work out that way? Just take that, and then we can just need to add 13 to it then. No. Oh, we gain a crit chance there then, yeah, of course. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, so we gain a chance. This will go away. Yeah. Oh, I'm wearing 2 pieces of course. 8 plus 6, so 14. Yeah, that makes sense. So with this, we're already 54. $60. And then we would gain another 13, so 160. Another 12, 172. Yeah. Okay. Just for that, we do it like that. Oh yeah. Oh, that's salvo, right? Yes. Okay. So yeah, the group actually is competitive there, but just barely, but then not when killer comes in. So we are still at that edge of box versus Grupo. So now we're 54 again, right? Yeah, so one crit chance mod. Although actually we don't even need to put the crit chance mod in there. We need just the crit hits. Let me catch up here. Jeff goes, the calculations for video games are generally like with most games, either people figure them out. In my case, I came to it by the time that people had figured it out, so I just asked. But usually they're not too hard. You just fidget with the numbers until it fits. If it fits, it sits. Oh, what were we changing this setup? Lung with backbone, mask, holster, overdogs, turmoil, picture of chest with glass cannon. Yeah, overall, the sacrifice. Sacrifice is a better deal overall. While you do take more incoming damage, you won't feel the difference between that, but there is like a 2% gain with as Thierry said as well. Is my Jessica dead and everything else? No. I mean, Jessica in general is still very alive in some places, just not against Equalizer. Especially Equalizer is just in its own, like, it's like way ahead, playing its own race. So, but Jessica, for instance, even like if we want to go overdogs and striker with a chest striker, we put Jessica there. As like the piece. What was it again? Yeah, here. Because here overall, I would just pick the, like if we're going, you know, what piece do we put in a chest striker alongside of overdogs? Yeah, Cheska. Thing is though, if we're not going the overdogs, then 2-piece unit if we're running AR. But then also 2-piece unit, not even the salvo. Oh yeah, let's check the damage number on this. The crit chance being low doesn't matter because I'm not looking at the DPS. I'm looking at just the hits that they match up, and this should match up with that Fox's one, right? Yeah. I need to stack obliterate. So 831, 686. Off by a mile. This is an ungraded weapon. That helps. That actually takes us the other way. Wait. Do I have like modifier on? No. 100 plus 50. Oh wait, can blank it. Oh, overdogs. Yeah, how about we stick overdogs in here if we have overdogs? Brain was already like, that looks like 30%. Oh yeah, it is. Also, so what happens if we here 15. The rest is the same, right? Yeah, and then 60. And then shit. Should have realized that earlier, of course. As we also want to know Grupo wins there. So will Fenris be an option? Okay, so 1, 1. Okay. It's always the annoying thing when suddenly go, you know what? This thing I just did. Now I have a bunch more questions. So this is Grupo. And this is Fenris. Yeah. So now what's on both of these is it's minus 13. Oh, this is the old ones here. So yeah, it's this one minus 13 and then this one minus 13. And then okay. Something broke here. What broke here? There we go. Yeah, okay, yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, let me catch up here for a second. I need the title. And yeah, we're gonna start recording in a bit. Basically, this is the last one. I need to prepare for it because everything else is ready. And then we're just gonna try to get through all of it. Which will likely take a little while. Because it's what's been done on a spreadsheet you can remember. I mean, I've made plenty. Some of them have made it even into videos sometimes, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, it's more annoying than funny. Because most of the times that's also why we have those checking numbers is mistakes will get caught. That's why I check my numbers basically. So those numbers we have like over here, like that section, I check those against the game. So most of the time It's just me forgetting something. Sometimes even something obvious that's like a really obvious of the bill. but then yeah. Speaking of which, yeah, let's seeing as everything also again derived from that, all the grade 0. It's the gun I have in my hand. So the blitz rate again. .336, 715, 714.3. Correct. 831, 686, 684.2. Close enough. Okay. Let's do some headshots thing over right now. $589, 251, 250 there, and 1080, 1084, 222, 1084, 219. Yeah, close enough. We need to factor in this. And then yeah. How is this, and this not? What happened? Oh. Actually, you know what? Yeah, on the high ends, this three-piece kind of makes sense. Although actually, yeah, so wait, this needs to be here, of course. No. And not here. Think like it just looks like poop. Oh, let's take that one just as a high end. Yellows. Because if we go the high end yellow, that's too similar to what we already have. Oh yeah, let's say like this then. This becomes this color. And then here each of the second ones becomes black text easier here. Yeah, actually it is. Yeah, that's more. That's better. Okay. Do we hook in measured? I mean, we should. So it's either 0 or 10, right? Oh no, we have a unit as well. So 0 on 5 and 10. So I should take it like this then, because this is 10 and 0. And this is 0. 10 and 5. This is 850s. And 10 and 10. Okay. $390 here. Okay. And this is 391. And oh wait, no, that's 390. This is 391. So that's times 1, 110, 105. So that goes here and here and here. And then this one goes here and there. Okay. And this one goes like that. There we go. On one of these talent gain things again. Okay. Paste. Well, it's only there we go then. So that's that. That's that. And that. Okay. That all looks good. So they're kind of hard to read. I'm gonna just bold them. Because white is even worse. So let's just have black text bold. Okay. Yeah. We're ready. You know what? Let's go play a little bit. Let's do like one thing, one set of things, and then we come back to this and then start recording. Just for me as well to kind of clear my mind a little bit and just kind of focus on something else, and then we come back to it. And I should leave this character on this high end, because we'll likely come to this as one of the first ones. Yeah, let's leave this character on that. Let's go back here. Yeah, let's go play for a little bit, and then we'll come back to record. You know what? I had character 1 pretty close to... Oh, well, they were like 2 missions away or something from the weekly. Let's go do that. Ah, did I keep on? Sorry for... I was kind of into the thing there, so kind of getting to stuff late.
Entering safe area.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that on mistake sometimes. Yeah, like giving the wrong talent to like builds that don't have the talent and stuff. But that's also why, I have that checking section and stuff. So I'll make the mistake, but then like it'll get caught. That's also I'm not too bothered about like going a little fast. But then I always check my work and. Oftentimes as well. So for instance, here, this after the afternoon stream and stuff, while I was coloring everything, and I just give it a second look, but also here and there, like in between, after every stream that we've had and such, I've gone through and kind of, well, either then checking numbers, but also just, you just stare at it for a bit and go like, wait, does this look correct? And most of the time, yeah. I pick out most of it, but for instance, even recently, so actually, I'm concerned that might have even been the reason of how they had set up their build there. That was one of the more, because there I did do my checking numbers, but I didn't do it on the headshot. But we had like the Petrov glass. This was on like the Overdogs video, I think. The Petrov glass versus Sacrifice, and I didn't give Sacrifice the 15 or the 13% headshot that the brand bonus has. That was the discrepancy why the Petrov kind of looked on par with the Sacrifice, but actually wasn't. But that was one that made it like all the way into a video. So, but there, yeah, I didn't check the headshot numbers, or because usually those don't change too much. But then, you know, because normally on crit builds we don't have differences in that except for Sacrifice. It's frustrating. I mean, it's always frustrating, but also on the other hand, it's like I'm okay with it. I've made so many mistakes by this point. It's more about I'll know I'll make mistakes. Like that's just gonna happen. That's just the reality of making things, especially things that are kind of, you know, metrics based. Viewpoint density of space. Okay. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Let's go do those. I don't know if anybody's interested in these two. I'm just going to do these two missions and do some activities in eSmall, not the entirety of the weekly, but if anybody's interested in doing those parts, feel free to hop on in if you have me already, or just let me know and we can get you in here. What can I take that can deal with a few directives?
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile.
And we'll take this. Oh, this
agent has joined your group.
We'll take this.
Hostile completed.
I'll actually, you know what? Then I'll just go red. Oh yeah, let's go tipping. Let's go OD equalizer. We'll go tipping instead. I don't know. Let's just take basically everything except Pistolero. I don't know if anybody else wants to join us, let me know. Otherwise, we'll get going here. Let me actually track that. But I'm just gonna
taking the Viewpoint Museum away from
basically the Viewpoint, Space Admin, and then eSmall, all part of the weekly.
All communications coming in and out of the building will be controlled from the production.
But I've done parts of it already, so I'm not gonna do those parts now. There's also actually, yeah, the next big wind-up for... But I don't know, first it'll be Cocoa and Bittersweet, but Bittersweet is pretty easy from a spreadsheet perspective. Cocoa, we've already done a lot of the work. We just basically need pestilence calculations. And I'm actually very curious about the pestilence calculations and how much they differ for when it comes to... for the pesty. Although the layout is kind of dictated by Overdogs. So we're going to take the backpack just because we want to avoid the chest. And then because of that, we're going to take, you know, either Sacrifice or Equalizer on the chest.
Radio intercepted.
And
So, the division thinks they can just
so we can take Overdogs.
They don't know who they're fucking with. Go dark.
Like that's the layout, but still want to see from a without Overdogs perspective how that works out. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I missed that earlier. We'll get back in here.
Another agent has joined your group.
Looking elsewhere. Yeah, it's me. Isn't there the mail server? Okay. Well, no, everybody's getting that. But it's just the elite ones. At least, I believe it's just the elite ones, right? I've been shot by purple ones and I haven't had too much issue. Yeah, if the elite ones are around, especially with retaliation and control points, it's a little bit of an issue because, you know, you see a lot of them there. But also, you know, just shoot the turret off, shoot the thing of the turret off if they get it down. But you can also even like shoot the turret off while they spawn. Like, I definitely go out of my way to hit the backpacks on them. If I can and stuff. Yeah. Let me catch up here. Hey, the 2 minutes. Yeah, definitely been a pretty good day. Nice and relaxed for me. So, always happy with those. Although, well, tomorrow is going to be a long day for me, so today's my kind of rest day. I haven't got the video up today. The journey caches thing went up, so that's ready. You could build circle off the wall. Off of the wall? What is the ad? Okay. You mean you're like shooting the back wall or something, or? Never paid attention. Because I just always shot the targets. Unless you mean that. But there you can build up like normal stacks there and stuff. Basically anything except Memento, for instance. Good, it's insane, it's basically just as good. No. Also, I don't think it's like barely behind the numbers. It's quite a distance, if I remember right.
Hostile assembling a golden
And that's the deal with it as well. you lose more burst than you really effectively gain on sustain with it.
hostile has full golden bullet.
But I measure is not bad. At least it's better than, for instance, yeah, Carbine 7. It's definitely in that pack of P416 M4 and P416 M4 and Honey Badger. Which is kind of the second line weapons. The thing is, a lot of fights in Division are very much more towards burst in terms of our engagement lengths and stuff. That's why we very heavily lean towards burst. Not to the complete exclusion of sustain. Like, sustain definitely matters. And if you can have two guns that are pretty similar on burst, but pretty, you know, like far apart on sustain, the sustain could be the deciding factor if like handling is there as well. Honey Badger though is definitely like usable. Oh, do you mean also on the main burst and sustain tables? Because keep in mind that the Honey Badger, I'm just always assuming everybody, because that's the way I think. Because you should look at it on the on-build ones. So there are those tables in the DPS tables of like on-build, which is, for instance, for the AR one, it's AR on Striker. The thing with Honey Badger is you also give up one weapon mod. So the base stats have actually a little bit of extra stats baked into them to make up for a little bit for that mod loss. But that means that, yeah, on the main tables, it looks quite higher than it is. But yeah, it gets to have true crit chance or a 3% kind of damage less because it has a crit chance mod or crit damage mod less. So keep that in mind as well.
Go! Get out of here!
That must have been Wade. Would have been nice to bag him, but he's not your primary objective. Get to the TV studio and get.
Yeah, actually, yeah, the Division 1 thing. So, Survive Fest did not survive. Dun dun. Yeah. Although, yeah, they're gonna restart it, I saw. I hope whatever prize they're gonna give as like the participating into this one, because I didn't do it because I was waiting for the weekend mostly to do it, or to do it today. later on. Although most likely on the weekend jumping in there.
Look for the transmission control.
But honestly, from the
communications
perspective
going in
of
at that point. If you reset it, you'll lock out the True Sons and we can take over the channels.
from the perspective of
Make sure it completes the reset sequence.
event, they should have kind of done it actually around that time. Although it's just busy times, but yeah. It was kind of weird for them to put it as well up against the 3 times in Division 2. And I'm running tipping, so that's why I was kind of pre-firing. Just to keep up my stacks.
All site facilities are reset to default or under direct SHD control.
That's good to hear. Our comms are coming online and the True Sons are in the dark.
Fluctuations in local power detected. Communications facilities offline.
What the hell?
I'm seeing multiple hostiles on the roof. They're setting up EMP jammers around the radio mast.
I need the
Wade, sort of
rituals.
sabotage the mast. Without it,
Yeah,
no one
they're
can
just
broadcast from
trying to
viewpoint.
catch up
Agent,
again.
Get to the roof. You gotta stop
Oh,
them
that's
from
one we
taking
can
out the
build,
mast.
so... Oh, okay. Never. I should never noticed that before.
Electromagnetic
I'll
charge
try that.
detected.
Wade is using EMP jammers to overload the radio mast. Take
There's
them out
also
before the
additions.
mast is destroyed.
System disrupted.
You won't be able to use your shade tech as long
Small
as that
little
EMP
Lexington
jammer
will
is
likely be
taken
around
out.
at the end of this season again, so
Integrity at 75%.
I would be very surprised if
Agent,
they
you've gotta
didn't put
stop Wade.
it
We need that
like
radio
a
mast.
consistent thing in there. I would hope.
System back
Oh, we didn't
online.
take no, we did come in now.
System malfunctioning.
1 hour revive hives.
Electromagnetic charge depleted.
Although disrupt
Hostile
that down for
assembling
enough.
golden bullet. System
You think this is over? I'm gonna finish you!
system
Sorry, not too
curtailed.
bad. I can catch up.
Agent down. System restored.
But I hope they put the
Agent
stockbroker
needs
right away in there as well at the end of this season. Although the end of this season is, yeah, it's like March or something, right? So it's still a while. Yeah, I haven't paid attention on to if it's RPM or if it's. I saw, or yesterday Tess was also saying it was RPM. I wasn't paying attention to if it's RPM or if it's just plain damage. They do a lot of damage.
All right, the facility is ours. True Sons just lost a
That,
powerful tool for coordinating their troops
sounds
and
like
spouting their
kinda,
horse
yeah.
shit. Once we get the radio
The
mast repaired
annoyances
and
it's
operational.
shit down there, but we can fast travel back home. That ship is slow, pretty. Wait. Should just let me fast travel up there. Guess it thought I was trying to do it the mission. I say they want my tech ass. Yeah, next up, let's go do Space Admin. What's the time there? 10 minutes. Okay. Okay. This is mostly who has the most golden bullet anyway. Ends up being the thing. Doesn't mean anything. I mean, yeah. The thing is also, though, you can just take well, even Tempest nowadays, of course, is an viable-ish way. But yeah, it gives you a full mag, so basically once you get
If we wanna
a
get Isaac
golden
back
bullet.
online across the country, we need to reconnect the local
I think what is
system
also,
to
yeah, you can
satellite
just take
network.
OD, for
We
instance,
should be
and
able to
then
do that at the NOAA headquarters
even have
building.
better generation of that more easily. Doing some Oh, Carolyn.
Golden bullet complete.
Let's see.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Let's just take that back.
Received. Golden bullet.
Moving around the side.
Get out of there!
Serious trauma detected.
Neat.
The control room is at the top of the atrium.
Oh, Carolyn, away.
Hostile radio intercepted.
It's the division! Sound the
Some
alarm!
vertical mode still based on the host PC speed. I've never tested anything about the rate of fire on this thing. So. Also, I would be very surprised if it's not based off of the tick rate of the server more than the host PC. Because there is no per se host PC here. There is no host in that sense of like host and client. There is no peer-to-peer here. That's also why somebody can leave without like everybody having a loading screen or something. It's definitely a session owner, but as far as I know, that doesn't dictate too much about the game. I mean, it dictates some stuff specifically, but it can cause these things to happen if they have server network issues. But we went to Urban Stars and it'll be one this year. I mean, most likely next week. I don't know anything more than anybody else.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
I would think next week. Basically, the schedule is the event timeline as well, set up till next week.
Heads
So
up. I'm seeing
we'll
hostile
get what
movement
we'll
on the
get
roof.
next week, or we'll get an answer next week, if nothing else. I've already hinted at Krampus and stuff, and there's already some files there that kind of hinted at as well. This is viable. You wouldn't want to combine both Tempest and OD, like either or. It would be because Tempest can do the 5 directives because it's a pistol. OD can do the 5 directives, but then with not a pistol because it's
Vital
OD.
signs critical.
So combining the two is gonna make for a pretty.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
I've sent the coordinates for the dishes through Isaac.
Because at the end of the day
Shouldn't
as
take
well,
too
you
long
need to
align
still be
them.
able to kill.
You're still gonna have to adjust each dish, but this will speed up the process.
There's actually multiple dishes going. We have golden bullet just for speed purposes.
Setting up a turret.
Hope that's not an elite one. It's purple one.
Anyone alive? Keep it together.
Satellite to mind and clear for transmission. Signal is insufficient.
So far, so good.
This
Now
is
we
why you
just
can
gotta
kind
find
of
a
slow the
transmitter to
fight
keep
down by
signal.
just not doing them all at once.
Detected.
But I think as we have golden bullet. What do you want to see? Is this thing just? Yeah. It was. But in either case, they do a lot more DPS. It's on the damage end or fire rate, and because also fire rate for those things will likely not matter for how much bullets they can spit or spray. But yeah, I think so. For this season specifically, maybe just OD or like OD triple tick might be a little bit more. All of the tech tanks can, yeah. When it's Gavin skills, you have to really like micromanage the shield, which can be a little annoying. And the scavenge skills for something like OD and such, or even the triple tick, like you actually get your hive back faster and stuff even. Get your toe? Do I got your toe? I got your toe.
That's it. We should be able to extract the radio once it's docked.
Received. Golden bullet.
First way, I always go for that. Stragglers that spawn. I'll let Kiba hit the tunnel set up here for guys that spawn on this end. And always what you can do as well, headhunters can always deal with 5 directives, so they're always an option. Actually, with the directives we have as well, they aren't too horrendous. Especially when you go determined. Makes it extra easy.
Hostile assembling golden bullet. An agent needs assistance.
And tipping skills and golden bullet definitely also work out. With I mean, everything works out with golden bullet, but it aligns decently well with it just because you can have continuous fire a little bit more. Alright, let's finish up this mission. If you guys are up for it, I'm gonna go just do some activities in East Mall. Also part of the weekly. Or we just go and capture like a control point and see what else is available. Actually, not a bad idea. We need some of those with golden bullet as well. That.
All right, this will extract the transmitter from the module and connect
Yeah,
it to the
totally
rest of the
nothing will go
facility.
wrong. This isn't a
Then we can
trap.
link up with the division satellites.
Why hasn't the mission ended? Dun dun dun.
Agent, are you all right? Sounds like you've got company.
Company. I did it actually too far away. Made it worse. Sorry. What a dick. Just one place we can't hit him.
Satellite network is back online. I'll send a team to secure the transmitter for
Actually,
safekeeping.
yeah, just to show it as well.
Agent.
Let's go get the key chest upstairs. Just to have gotten that. This is one of the few places nowadays. It doesn't matter anyway because the key chest. Although actually no, this key chest still scales to mission difficulty, right? And then there's one key chest upstairs to get. Oh, there's also part of a daily actually. But yeah, we have to go this way. Although I can open that side for you guys if you go up that way. But yeah, I need to take the second exit there. But also I can open the gate on this side. But there's a corridor there. No, I think yeah, I think I think Doug has it's full up on stuff anyway, so doesn't care about that one. Let's go take a second to clean up, and then also I'll turn on some world directives. So let's take. Do we have any ODs available? If anybody's willing to run OD, we'll turn on 5. We can get some XP as well. So otherwise, we'll just take 4 because I have an OD, but it's a shotgun one. That's not gonna. I'm not gonna have a good time with that one in the open world. Is that a people there? Oh, let's turn on 4 then. No, let's turn on 5. I can always be the. I can run that. Just to do OD runs.
Here to check something out?
But yeah, let's pop some caches. Oh yeah, I'll come down there in a sec. Oh, in Coco. Let's run to advanced coverage video. I mean, Coco is just good. Coco is just definitely usable. You kind of want to use it in a group setting, and especially if you're gonna do something a little bit longer with a group. You don't want to like just you know, you're just matchmaking missions and stuff. Yeah, that's not per se gonna work out that well. And that one? All right, wait, let me. What? Yeah. What? Is it just that wall? Oh, it's all the walls. What? No, except that wall. This definitely was not the case in the past. So wait, why? What would change even about this? To Because I've shot this wall. Although actually, well, it didn't seem to be working on that wall. But I've shot some of these walls quite a lot for just testing and stuff. Or, you know, pattern testing and stuff. I am pretty confident in saying I've likely done that at some point with a striker build. That's like I've shot this wall specifically like that, even just to get like recoil patterns. So that would have been with a striker anyway. Interesting. Interesting thing they've created. As you know, while we're here. There, have some bleed rounds already. Yeah. Let's go do a few activities here. Oh, it's high now as well, actually. It's not even 3 cents. Let's just do a crash site and then see where we go from there. But a Coco is actually pretty good. At full stacks, it is with, you know, just Lexington, Striker, Obliterate Striker, Equalizer, even the newer variant, versus Coco at full stacks. Both of them are kind of very close to each other, with Coco a slight bit ahead, I think was the thing. But of course they stack very differently. So when we are talking oh, these guys are returning with food. I don't want to get them actually. Before they disappear. Oh, I forgot to change back weapon wise. My plan there was to actually armor break like that and set them all on fire. I'm gonna hold this lower area. Although yeah, I have Tinkerer on, and I should have
the golden bullet.
back to this. No, good thing. Yes, I do want to give up my special.
Agent down. Vital signs critical.
Disorient round.
Out of action.
Forgot about those.
An agent needs assistance. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Hail to the king. Oh, hail to the hail.
Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
Double disorient.
Agent down.
Oh yeah, there's also people there. I need to get out of here. Oh, there's even people there. Ah. Yeah, there's also people behind us on the thing which
Immediate
I've
medical assistance needed. Agent deceased.
It's respawning. Hey, I do love I love me some cocaine. I need those in there. Let's respawn and get back in there. Oh yeah, we aggroed like a bunch of stuff. 1049 variants. The Mark 46 is the preferred one between them. But by a slight margin, nothing humongous. Oh, I have no ammo.
Serious trauma detected. Agent incapacitated.
Oops. Yeah, I should die and reset actually. Yeah. I should be gunner is one of the things. But and then we can go from there. Tech tank, it's not gonna work for a tech tank is the thing. Like solo tech tanks are to me mostly something around solo. The big thing with Coco is like it really works a lot better in a 4-man team. Like the second you can have other people marking it works out a lot better. And yeah, if you're just gonna, especially with the tech tank, you're kind of, you know, you don't have any. You want to run a shield and an artificer. It's a tech tank. Let's take a Crusader shield. Let's see what we got there. Yeah, let's go into defense. Who's ready? You.
Reinforcements incoming. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Slight handling improvement. I mean, there's a guide for that. There's a link to the guides
An
here.
agent has left your
There
group.
is the 14. It's not gonna work out for me. Of course, he stops like a centimeter short. Oh yeah, that's the downside of this one. This one was always made for this, but now that I've put a Tinkerer in it, it's very much isn't. Not sure what happened to
Another agent is now in your group. Hostile assembling golden bullet. Heavily armored hostile
I
detected.
think he went and swapped
Reinforcement complete.
character.
Received golden bullet.
Get the fuck back!
This thing definitely not made for the open world. Oh yeah.
Supply room access.
I know that extra returning with resources. That is extra thingy. So, yeah, actually, it was about to explain, but yeah, I think you found it already. Right?
We really needed your help back there. Oh, thanks.
I know that one's a newer edition. So 3 out of 5. Should we just go for the other control points? Nice and hectic fights. So yeah, we're gonna go for 2 activities, but I don't mind also just getting a bunch of field recons as well. Well, a lot, not so much, man. Well, let's just run from here. And then after this one, I'll take my leave. Oh, just for change in the system. No, yeah, if you're running obliterates, basically, for almost all, there is one exception, but it's not even worth. Like that one doesn't even matter. But,
Detected.
in basically all cases, you take equalizer if you're running obliterate. If you're running obliterate, you're running equalizer. Somewhat in a similar fashion as to. Oh, we have. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
Enemy in the open.
Serious trauma detected.
We have the combo.
Agent out of action.
It's annoying that they, like 3 seasons in, still haven't fixed that. Would be nice. Oh yeah, let's go get thingy. Let's go get it over there. Whole army of them here fighting. You know what? You go, girl. You get those, whoever you're fighting. I'm full up on something again. Just gonna take a second to kind of. What am I full on? Oh. Just
So damn bored.
oh, these are. No, there. Sheriff proficient already. Thoughts on the motherly love gloves? I mean, I was about to make a really bad joke there, but it involved fornicating with one's mother. There's very few places where, like, it would make sense. Because if we're talking things like tech tanks and stuff, it costs too much to put those in. Like, there's a reason all the pieces are mostly going towards damage, and we're just taking blue cores as our lay-in for.
Agent down.
It's hyenas, of course. This Orient trance.
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
I wasn't expecting the disorient again there.
Received. Golden bullet.
Hey, thanks for that. Thanks for
An
helping.
agent
Yeah.
needs assistance.
I don't have one actually.
Hostile has full golden bullet. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, my rounds are out. Yeah. And I did actually the weekly, but let's of course capture this. Might as well, we're here. Let's go into defense.
Reinforcements en route. Incoming hostiles detected.
Inventories, actual structures, position. Oh, with the Jespers. No, actually you said it, but I just didn't read it. It's basically a head-to-head between going. It depends on if you're using an exotic. Well, first of all, that. So if you want to use an exotic still, and Overdogs and Tinker are actually still more powerful than two-piece units. But yeah, if you don't have a Tinker and you don't want to use an Overdogs, then two-piece unit with ARs makes a lot of sense.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Actually, in a second, we're gonna somewhat look at that. But yeah, thing is, especially with Overdogs or Tinkerer,
In place.
Cheska or Unit or Salvo are all like just like next door to each other. They're
Vital signs critical.
less than 1% apart. Still leaning towards the Cheska though a little bit. So for the chest one, if you're going, you know, Tinkerer or Overdogs or Coyote even. Actually no, Coyote not, because Coyote has the crit chance. It's very convoluted because of the rate of fire versus crit thing. But Cheska is very competitive with the unit, but you could make a case for the unit or Salvo for faster stacking, but you lose a little bit on the sustain end. But outside of the equalizer, it's more, you could make a case kind of either way. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab the loot here, and then I'll leave you guys to it. Also, yeah, I'm gonna avoid getting all the resources here.
Agent is no longer
Thanks
in
for
your
a
group.
bit. But yeah, thanks for the help there, and GG's. As I'm gonna go and get set up for getting ready to record. Anyway, for this one, we'll use this character as the intro with the huntsman. No, not the huntsman. Woodsman. Woodsman. I keep forgetting. Had some in mind, but I've forgotten already. Well, first let's go get cleaned up anyway. Could actually, even now that we have because I've been meaning to use that as well at some point, the crashed plane, and just looking over the crashed plane and the Capitol. Maybe we'll take that. Oh yeah, I'll accept that at some point. And yeah, my friends list here is like humongous anyway. I've given up on trying to avoid making it large.
Glad to see you, Agent.
At some point though, I am definitely considering on second again, I'm just gonna have a purge over there and just like completely empty that. Just have an easier time over there. Alright, GG's. Yeah, thanks for the help there. Yeah, that was parts of the daily, and actually, well, parts of the weekly, and also even parts of the daily. So I was kind of considering there maybe doing the rest of the daily, but yeah, I also need to start recording on this. Plus, also that time is maybe better spent later on some bounty cheesing, because it is LMGs. I could definitely optimize up some LMGs, make some space to build some of those up, and then I'll, you know, have way too many bounties saved up as well, so wouldn't be a bad idea. Do we do that? Yeah. It's kind of a mantis that would fit again with this outfit, I feel, but we used it already once. I'll go with a shroud on our back. That'll fit a little bit with this. just as a weapon. Yeah, let's do that. Oh yeah, let's go see how does this even look. Also, depends on, yeah, if patrols and stuff are there. But we only really need the intro to be there, and then we can do the rest more maybe over here, where it's a little quieter. Yeah, same here. Yeah, let's see how long this takes, because this might also just take like 7 hours. But, oh, the other way. Wait, what's the time? Oh, okay. It's gonna settle there. Okay, yeah, so we should definitely be on this side. I mean the wing, right? Is the other high spots? Not really, right? We just go here. You know what, let's load this. Yeah. Yeah. That red stands out way too much. I love free scrolling mouse wheel. Something less stands out less. Why all colors so bright? Honestly. That works. Okay. Let's get a quick intro in because yeah, we don't have much daylight left. Also, let's stand more like that. We can get Capitole in it as well. That looks pretty good, right? Let's make, although, well, no, we'll record first and then make the folder. I'm just going to make a folder real quick. So 251211, yeah. Unit PT2 underscore idea. We'll fill it in a second because we don't have much sunlight remaining, and this shot works pretty well here. Yeah, so hi, my Kia, thingy, unit alloys, part 2, timestamps, spreadsheet, big ass spreadsheet, yeah. We'll give it the calculations intro anyway. Yeah. Yes. And right, let's the test recording that works. Okay. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have a hair in my mouth from my beard. It just felt weird for a second. Yeah, I lost my train of thought there instantly as well. But why am I slamming that button? Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to continue our in-depth look. Actually, yeah, that's the sentence to use, but I messed it up a little bit. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to continue our in-depth look into unit alloys, as this brand set that has come in has changed quite a few things, especially through the equalizer chest, name chest that it comes with. And we have to kind of see where this fits in and where we can stick it and make it work well. We have already done a part 1 in which, and it'll be linked down below as well, and in it we've already gone over what unit alloys and such is, and we won't repeat that here, so definitely if you're interested in those parts, go look at that. Our focus there was very much on Striker, and it was basically just covering Striker by itself. But in there as well, we went over kind of the minutiae of the pieces by themselves. Here we're going to go over several builds. Everything will be timestamped down below, so we can jump around. We'll be starting actually again on Striker, but looking at some of the things we didn't in the first part. But then we'll be going over several different gear sets in tipping skills, in Umbra, in Negotiators, in Hunter's Fury, even going over a high-end or two, and looking at some of the tech tanks, which I definitely am curious how they will land, of course. And yeah, everything will be timestamped, so you can jump around to a specific one if you want to have that, but we'll be going over them one by one here. So yeah, let's go. Get started. I kind of fumbled it at the end there. Let's take one more. Let's take one more. We always have that one, but... Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to continue our in-depth look into unit alloys, as this is the second part of a two-piece series into unit alloys. In the first part, we have already gone over what unit alloys is and what brand bonuses and such are. We won't be repeating that here. So if you want to catch up on those pieces, the first part will be linked down below, of course, so you can go watch that. In that first part, we already went over especially Striker and what the Equalizer, the Salvo, and just unit alloys in general can mean for Strikers. And in it, we went kind of in-depth into each piece and kind of looked at how much we would gain from each. The conclusion of that video was definitely that if we're using Obliterate, Equalizer has no equal, but Salvo and Unit, depending on the builds, especially there, for instance, on Striker, Salvo actually quite often lost out to just a unit piece, just a normal unit piece, where we were taking a crit damage roll instead of that rate of fire that is special about the Salvo. Here, though, we're moving away from from Strikers, although actually the first few we'll look at is again Strikers, as we didn't cover everything. But we'll go into some other builds, like Tipping Skills, like Umbra, like Negotiator. All of those will be coming up here. Everything will be time-stamped down below, so you can jump around if you're looking for one specific answer. But yeah, we'll be going over a ton of builds and answering a lot of questions that I myself have had in how do we set up these builds nowadays with this new brand set. So yeah, let's go get started. Oh, that felt 1,000 times better. So we'll keep keeping that one. Let's make sure audioed. Today's video, I want to continue our in-depth look into unit alloys. I myself have had no sync issues or stuff like that. I know, let's get off the wing. It's going to be in there. It'll be a little bit more protected. It's already as well put on. So the first one we're going to cover, because yeah, part one was all Striker, but this still has a little bit of Striker. Because it will start with this chest one and then go to stacking. The stacking one, yeah. So this would be, let's actually set up the build. Striker, Overdogs, Striker. Although you don't have a Cheska holster, do you? But that's fine. Well, actually, we take it to the range, right? Yeah, let's take it to the range where we have... Because here as well, there might be just enemy patrols and stuff that just come in and break everything up. Spears, I do. Yep, it's a stacking multiplier. It's additive. Bear tears are additive to themselves and multiplicative to head on the hair or hair on the head, or you know what I mean. If you do know what I mean, could you explain it to me, because I don't know what I mean. But that's not that weird. I oftentimes don't know what I mean. Just from an explaining standpoint, let's just take this. Oh, that's from the explosive. Look, what is it? Why do they have the wyvern thing? Yeah. Oh, is that actually in the stash? No. Oh, no, it is in the stash. But we'll just keep it simple here. Yes. Anyway, we need to basically give an intro to the calculation sheet first, and then we start into all this. Let me actually do this real quick. Grab a description file and a thumbnail file. Let me just lay this out for a second. So Chespla versus Obli. So actually, we're gonna have that as our second. That'll be our only chart as well, and then just calculate. It's already altering the. Oh, so some spreadsheet ready. So that is why that's kind of what I used to in my brain, kind of make it give ourselves some structure to follow. Yeah, so let's be up here. Yeah, let's record this first. And for all this, we'll be using the spreadsheet that was used for part 1 as well. That is the upper sections of this, but then it has been expanded and expanded and actually expanded and then expanded some more. As I went through, I kept having like, oh, but what about this build? And oh, what about that build? So we'll be going through a lot, starting with a few strikers. But yeah, as we see here, some Hunter's Fury, some high-end red, tipping skills, looking at some of the tech tanks, Striker and Heartbreaker, and also Tempest variants, Negotiator, Umbra. Everything, again, will be timestamped down below so you can jump around. This spreadsheet, of course, as well, is linked down below so you can go and view it for yourself if you want to look along, or if you want to have a copy of it, as you can make a copy of it and play around with some of the numbers and just also, for instance, some of the talents and such. If you are specifically interested in something, these multi-calculators are of my design. They are set up where the input happens here in the lower parts, together with the weapons stats going in here, and we can compare up to 10 builds. Basically, each build is a row, and what we especially get out is a mag damage, a burst DPS, and a sustain DPS, and percentages to compare them against. With most of these multi-calculators, we'll be setting them up to compare to the one in the top row, except if we have different colors here, then basically whatever is the 100% in that color, that is the one we are comparing against, so that we can just compare on percentages, because our brains usually work a lot better with that than just going, oh, this is 13.9 and that one is 14. The 14 feels 1,000 times more, except that it's, it's just a 0.1 million more. There is a video on my channel going over how to fill these in and how to use them, as I, of course, have them available as well for people interested in doing their own calculations. We'll be going over them one by one here, and let's go get started with the Striker one. I feel I forgot something in there, but I'm not sure what. I repeated actually because we already in the intro, the other intro kind of. It's fine. It's just an layup basically. Okay, so we start here. First striker, yeah. Let me actually have a peek. So we lose basically 2% versus if we went units. But we gain 4%, well, a little less than 2%. No, almost 2%, yeah. But we gain on the SMG end. Yeah. Let's go. And even though our first part really went into strikers by a lot, we'll be continuing that here for a little bit with 2 segments into striker. In the first one thing that we didn't per se cover is, although we did in parts but not in full, was especially how much with a chest striker we could gain or lose, especially if we are, for instance, using an AR and an SMG, and what the differences would be if we went 2-piece unit, which would heavily favor the AR, of course. And here, especially basically excluding an exotic. So we're not putting in Tinkerer or such. We're not putting in an, because Tinkerer as well would not work if you're running an AR and an SMG, for instance. Nor would, if you also don't want to use Overdogs if for places that it doesn't apply well. Because, yeah, we did look at it from the perspective of just taking unit, at least just for ARs versus, for instance, Cheska, but we didn't per se, yeah, compare them in this way. So we're doing that here, and what we especially have here is at the top we have a chest striker. This is going at 200 stacks, giving us a 180 multiplier, separate multiplier there. And if we went the different layouts for it, and that's basically repeated here, the first 4 are with ARs, and the second is with SMGs, and also we have set them up here where, yeah, we're kind of going over with the SMGs, but because, of course, SMGs have a second stat, that's crit chance, we kind of have to, otherwise we lose too much on the AR side of things, of course. And that was always a thing with SMGs. Now, here going from 2-piece unit, which, of course, gives us that 20% AR damage, that is going to be one of the bigger bonuses. And as we saw in the first part, that really only gets beat by exotics, really, if we're maining the AR. The way to go for it as well, actually, in there is to go salvo plus unit by a tiny margin, at least for the burst DPS side. But actually, I would say unit is a little bit more useful, just taking 2 pieces of unit, because you give up quite a bit on the sustain end on the AR if you go with that salvo. That salvo giving a little bit more RPM does, yeah, can actually compete very well with 6 crit chance or 12 crit damage, but you also lose a little bit in the sustain end. So actually, I feel the 2-piece unit is kind of the way to go if we're wanting to avoid, for instance, yeah, exotics and such, or if there's, there's already a Coyote in the team, you're fighting some content with Overdogs doesn't apply well, and you really want to run, for instance, an AR and an SMG. Now, on the SMG end, or on the AR end, if you were to go, for instance, either unit plus Cheska or salvo plus Cheska, because one of the things would be, of course, that first piece unit with 5% rate of fire would apply to both. Cheska would also apply to both. So here with Cheska, we're gaining a little bit of universality. On the AR end, that Cheska, just being 8% crit chance versus 20% assault rifle damage, of course, yeah, doesn't hold up against it. But on the AR end, where we lose, on the SMG end, we gain. So the 2-piece unit, of course, if we're swapping to a secondary SMG, which, for instance, with the unwavering SMG is very popular to use in that way, the SMG side of things, the 2-piece unit, that basically won't have that 20% AR, of course, active on the SMG. But the Cheska would be active, and we're gaining there a little bit, about 4%, which would be meaningful, definitely. So it really depends on if you're maining an AR or not, to which side of this you want to go. Because if you're maining the AR and the SMG is just as a backup, just in case you run out of ammo, for instance, yeah, taking two-piece unit actually is, I would say, the preferred way. One of the things, though, is that when killer comes in, it also kind of depends here very much more on talents and such, because with killer up, now that difference is actually a little bit larger in favor of the salvo, because effectively what we're doing, we're taking a different multiplier there in the rate of fire side of things. So when killer comes in and feeds a lot into crit damage, of course, they make a difference. But I would still say, I would still lean towards going the route of two-piece unit. The loss in the damage per mag and in the sustain is a little bit larger overall than we gain from the burst DPS there. Both of them, though, as well, won't really feel different because they are so close. There is a thing to be said as well. With the salvo, we're stacking a tiny bit faster, but as we saw in part 1, that stacking isn't that big of a difference. And then on the SMG end, of course, yeah, the Cheskas, the unit plus Cheska will perform quite a bit better. Here as well, though, yeah, you could make a case for either way, actually, I would say. Because the sustain that we lose, here the burst is gaining a little bit more with going the salvo route. To a degree that, yeah, it helps quite a bit. Also here, this would be with perfect killer in this case for the SMG, because we are taking we're taking a Dark Winter there as the secondary weapon. So overall, for a chest striker, if we want to go, for instance, and this will be very similar as well, if we're going LMG, if we want to pair AR and LMG, and or an AR and SMG, we could definitely make the choice to go either salvo plus Cheska or units plus Cheska. They are very close to each other with, for the secondary weapon, salvo plus Cheska working out quite a bit better, actually. Or in general, actually, the salvo plus Cheska, because once we bring Cheska in, we're feeding a little bit more into crit side of things. So actually, that salvo performs a little bit better there than it does with units plus salvo. So if we're going that route, salvo plus Cheska is definitely a choice you could make, especially if you're kind of leaning towards a secondary, or if you're just running LMGs, for instance, or SMGs as the main weapon. And then, of course, Overdogs or Tinkerer for big bonuses there. So yeah, overall, for a chest striker, we definitely now know kind of how we want to set it up. It still, though, depends what weapon you're kind of maining and, yeah, how much you're using each one. Because, again, that AR, if we're just maining the AR and the other one is just as a backup, we could definitely go that route and just give up a little bit on that, on the secondary. Yeah, already a little rambly because I lost it a little bit in the middle there, but it's fine. It's 6 minutes. I didn't say anything wrong, which that's usually the parts while I redo it. Let me catch up here for a second. Something skill with Stinger Mask and Chronoscope Glow. They use Frenzy Measured. Overall, I prefer to use something else than the tipping skills chest. It really depends what you're doing with it. But yeah, if you're using the tipping skills chest, while it can do more damage, in most cases it ends up not doing more damage. You need to stack for 5 seconds longer. So I prefer generally, going you know, either equalizer chest or sacrifice chest, and then, yeah, pairing it with one of the exotics, either tipping skills or either Tinker Mask or Tinkerer or Overdogs. Although actually Centurion works well as well there, so that's also an option. And banking, and yeah, doing pretty good. Yeah, welcome in. As I said, we're recording for the second unit video. So oh wait, let's do this, because this will let me keep track. That's already why I've done it to some of the others. So we have this one. Just make it green like that, meaning I've covered it. Because somewhere along the line here, I'm going to forget which ones I've covered. Because we'll be jumping around as well quite a bit. Yes. Which one? Oh, on like what we had up there. The thing is, you have two options. You have 50. You have 50. Well, you have 55, 58, or 61, basically. The thing is, though, with the AR here, you want to hit 55 there. Like, because you want to hit 55 there if you're pairing it with the SMG, because otherwise you have no way of not going way over. Because if the AR is 55 with 3 crit chance mods, the SMG with no crit chance mods is 21. So otherwise, like, it doesn't work out at all. But 55 is also kind of the one that works out. Although the 58 is the preferred one, but you couldn't set that up for if you're going SMG. Because, yeah, if you're taking 3 crit damage mods on the AR, the SMG is like all the way over. Because that one was specifically looking at also, yeah, going AR SMG. Because we already covered, like, if you're just running ARs. Anyways. But I just make that part clear. Yeah, let's go into this. So, yeah. What was it actually? 149, right? Yeah. And then we come to the last thing I want to discuss about Striker. I promise, although actually no, we'll have a Striker later on, but it's more about the backfire there. Here looking at what we get out of the equalizer plus overdogs, and if we then set it up against what we kind of considered as one of the preferred ones out of the especially if we're going overdogs, to go Cheska plus overdogs as we decided in part 1. So effectively, what is a chest striker versus an obliterate striker? Because actually, yeah, what we're swapping out, of course, is if we are going with the equalizer chest here, and yeah, just swapping out to being obliterate striker, how much, of course, now that balance, this build has kind of gained a little bit because of the equalizer, of course. And how much is the difference now between a chest striker and obliterate striker? Because we actually didn't answer that in the first part. And also, did that really change the point? Because we usually say you need around 150 stacks to make a chest striker perform better than an obliterate striker. And that means that generally you would need to be above 150 stacks to make it worthwhile to run the chest striker. Of course, we have some means in the ACS, for instance, to get a little bit more stacks and such. But here we're basically looking at, first of all, just both of them at full stacks. And what I'm doing here is basically capping the chest striker to 90 stacks. So even if we set this to 200 stacks, the number for the obliterate striker doesn't change above 90, and neither does the chest striker go above 200 stacks. So here, both of them at their max potential, effectively, and that's 22-ish% that it used to be between an obliterate striker and a chest striker. The obliterate striker at max stacks and max obliterate stacks and such has, of course, caught up a little bit. We have now perfect obliterate, and this is actually very similar to the numbers we used to have pre-nerf of obliterate, when it went with Project Resolve. It went from 25 to 20. And that was a good change, actually. And they're kind of undoing that now a little bit with this perfect. And yeah, as we discussed kind of in part 1 already, I'm not the biggest fan of how they've done equalizer here. And it's a little bit power creepy. And also, yeah, because of the way it's set up, kind of the only choice for obliterate moving forward. But things are as they are. And yeah, if we compare an obliterate striker at max stacks to a chest striker at max stacks, the chest striker has a 20%-ish advantage over it. And the difference is, of course, that Chest Striker needs to stack all the way to 200, which in some cases isn't hard to do at all. There are some places, for instance, Incursion famously, where with the bosses, you can basically ACS stack on them. Or for instance, with Right, the third fight in there, there's basically a cutscene where you can just ACS him in the face for as long as you need to to get to 200 stacks. And in that whole time, there is nothing else to really shoot at and such, so you can get to 200 stacks there consistently. Here, though, if we take it actually, and we want to now know, of course, Obliterate Striker get a little bit bigger, we used to always say around 150 stacks is a crossover point, and because of that, you need to be generally above 150 stacks. That was actually more closer to 140-ish, especially after the changes that happened to Obliterate with Project Resolve. It was actually closer to 150. We kept that 150 as kind of a ley line, because also it would be, you need to make up for damage lost, getting all the way to 150 stacks, because you're going to be below it until that point. So what is the crossover point now? That is 149 stacks before looking at, because yeah, we want to have, on one side we have an Equalizer, on the other side Cheska. So because of that, Killer, when it comes in, actually changes it by 1 to 150. But here at 149 stacks is effectively the first point where a Chest Striker overtakes an Obliterate Striker. And the thing is, of course, the Chest Striker has another whole 50 stacks to go at that point, well, 51 even. And the way that I've set this one up, so actually if we look at it at, for instance, 0 stacks, we can see that basically all the way from 0, as I go from 0 to 10 to 20, the way that it's set up here, just because also it lines up in that way, we see that actually they are the same through 30, through 40, through 50, even though we're basically gaining those stacks here. And all the way, we'll jump to 90 here and then 100. Now, of course, at 100, now the Obliterate Striker caps, because it doesn't have the chest piece, it's running Obliterate. Of course, Obliterate itself, basically up to like 40-ish stacks would also be at 0, so that needs to kind of come up. We're not working with that here because, yeah, that would add complexity, but just for a ley line, kind of just getting the feel of things. Here, once we start, of course, going past 100 stacks with the Chest Striker, it starts moving up and up. And yeah, at 125, it is already at 90%, catching up quickly. And then at 150, because it has that option to go to higher stacks. But this, of course, all needs more time, more stacking to get there. And yeah, all the way to 200, of course, where, yeah, the Striker will stop stacking there as well. You lose also more stacks at 200, above 100 stacks, so you lose more there. But overall, yeah, we can kind of say that 150 is still kind of the crossover point with Killer active. Yeah, it is actually at that 150, and the 149 is still just a tiny bit below it, because of course our crits are a little bit different between the two. That led me as well to kind of take it and make it this chart here. And this one is just to showcase that, yeah, that Obliterate Striker is actually now, again, the Obliterate would need to stack as well. We're not accounting for that here, just for easiness. But yeah, it would actually start a little bit lower. Basically, the lines would start at the same point before Obliterate gets started in. Obliterate Striker would start pulling away as Obliterate stacks a lot faster than Striker. Of course, one mag in, you will usually be at max Obliterate stacks. And then, yeah, Obliterate Striker ahead, basically, again, until that 150 point. So, Obliterate Striker, of course, yeah, getting to do more of its damage, more upfront. But Striker, with the chest, can definitely catch up and push way further. And this is, again, the thing why I generally say that both, there is no better one here. There is no, this is the better Striker, as some people that, kind of really go like, oh, no, only Chest Striker, or why would you ever run anything but Obliterate Striker? You can never get to 200 stacks. Neither is true. There are situations where you can do either and can make either work. That's also why basically on all of my characters, honestly, I have all 6 pieces, and I would recommend this for any other person as well. Basically have all 6 pieces. And then you always have your options open. If I need an Obliterate Striker, I can go do that. Same as well as having the glove here. If I want to make this a Tinkerer one or a Centurion one, I would need the glove instead of the Overdogs. Opening up options here, because both are good and both are important to understand where they kind of benefit and not. And we can keep saying basically around the 150 stacks is the crossover point. So you basically need to be, for most of the time that you're playing, that bar on, if you're running Chest Striker, that bar needs to be 3/4 filled, 75% filled. If most of the time you're above that, and sometimes you can try hard and make that work, but sometimes also you really can't, and Obliterate Striker makes more sense. Yeah, let's move it on. A lot of talking. Minutes. I mean, yeah, this is just going to be a long one. This is... Although we're going to start moving a bit faster here because some of the ones are a little bit easier to do. Oh, yeah. Where do we move from here? The high ends. High ends for the third piece. Let's mark that one as discussed. That back. Let's not leave you on 6-piece striker. We'll come back later for tipping skills on this character, so let's go that. Now let's go to character tree for this high end to discuss the third piece. Bonus. Well, actually, yeah, well, this is going. Let me take a quick bio break and I'll be right back, and then we'll continue. That's not the one. That's the one. And a rep.
Safe area entered.
I'll be right back there.
Baggage screening is mandatory. Please remove all metallic objects and electronic devices when entering the safe area.
Okay. Back I am. Go back here for a second first. And I hate a rep. And yeah. Let's get back to here. But yeah, let's get to the range. Let's populate that mod slot. It's just a little awkward. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah. Okay. Anyway, we're recording the second part of the unit video, so that's where the dip in and out of having the chat on the screen, but also I'll be catching up on chat in between takes, so I might be a little distracted in between. But also, yeah, if you have any questions and stuff, feel free to still ask them. I can always catch them in between. Yeah, let's go to this one. So we go to, so what was the other one with Hollow Man? Does she have the Hollow Man on her? Yeah, okay. And now let's move it to this spreadsheet where we'll be discussing the high-end red, as it states here. And especially what we're wanting to look at here, the one that we haven't looked at is that third part, of course, of unit. Because if we go into the game, we can see we have rate of fire and assault rifle damage. We've talked about those at ends now. That magazine size, though, we haven't really looked at. One of the reasons is that a lot of the gear sets, especially for ARs, a lot of the gear sets really are way too powerful nowadays to run a high-end. Now, the go-to high-end for a little time now, especially if we want to have the overdogs in there, has been to go with an Hollow Man. And then if you're not going glass, and here we're not going glass to also get Equalizer in there, the layout would be somewhat like this, where we take Cheska, Fenris, oh, actually not this chest, of course, we already have Cheska. We take Cheska, we take Fenris, we take Grupo. The positioning of those doesn't per se matter. But then the Hollow Man, instead of the Contractors, because we want that Overdogs in there. Overdogs, really powerful for just general play. And then Fox's Prayer. This has been one of the go-tos. And Contractors and Hollow Man kind of landed around the same spot anyway, because, yeah, Hollow Man, ever since it became 14 health damage, has been equivalent somewhat to Contractors at the very least. Now, of course, the Foxes were a little bit ahead of that still. Now, with unit alloys, of course, we have, for instance, the option of taking 3 or 2 unit alloy pieces and seeing what the differences there become. As I picked the wrong one, I do still feel that the icon for Imminence Armaments and unit alloys, as we have them here, for some reason in my brain, yeah, definitely, well, there's an I and an A basically, although here it's supposed to be a U, of course, but they are very close to each other, so it catches my eye quite often. We could, of course, here, yeah, have a Grupo piece instead to go just a 2-piece. The 2-piece, of course, if remaining in AR, really powerful. Here as well, if we take up the Fox's Prayer, we can take a secondary rifle, works out really well. We could, of course, also go, for instance, going for Tinkerer instead, taking Contractors and Fox, and then Tinkerer. Here, though, we'll keep it to this, just to not make it, of course, last forever. But if we go back to this spreadsheet, this basically is looking at that. We first have the old version of it, as we showed it there. So we have that with the Cheska, Fenris, Grupo, and then Fox's Prayer, Hollow Man, and the Overdogs. What if we went, instead of especially the 2-piece of the Hollow Man? Because actually the Hollow Man turns out, because we are losing so much crit chance and crit damage, if we go the route of, for instance, having the Salvo in there as well, we actually lose too much. And the Grupo actually becomes the choice there. So what we go is basically, yeah, as we had it there, Cheska, Grupo, Fox, and then 2-piece unit. And the positioning of those isn't per se really, at least for the Fox, of course, it's an E-pad, but the rest can kind of shuffle around. Equalizer would also be would need to be the chest here, of course. And then looking at, yeah, Equalizer, Salvo plus Grupo here first. And we also have Fenris instead, because actually both of those kind of land around the same area as we see here. We can also see that on the high end, we're gaining around 10% here, which is definitely more than we were on, for instance, the strikers and such. But this doesn't, of course, still catch up this on this end to, yeah, any of the gear sets, really. So the high ends are still, they're very much usable. You can do any heroic content with them. but especially things like strikers can overperform them by not an order of magnitude, but not far off. But yeah, so this build is sticking an equalizer in there, swapping in basically that salvo for that Hollow Man specifically. Here with the Grupo, we're getting around 11%. And that's also down to, of course, the perfect obliterate coming in there partially. But also this build, more than most builds, will benefit quite a bit from that salvo more than other pieces. And we see that here as well, that the salvo is actually beating the unit on a high end. Because here, of course, that 10% rate of fire is uncontested. It isn't adding to, for instance, the 15 that we get from strikers, diminishing its returns a little bit. That's why also here, the salvo actually works out to be the better pick. Now, the Grupo and the Fenris versus each other, we can see they're very close to each other. And actually, when we trigger Killer, it's going to flip in favor of the Fenris here. And of course, if we were to want to have Streamline active and run that as our main talent, then it goes the other way. So here, one of the first places we're really looking at talents and how much they matter for there as well. So if we are going Killer, we could make a case for that Fenris. All of them are very close to each other, and this is also really depends on grading and how many red cores we have, of course. Because, of course, here, even with Streamline up, if we had, let's say, instead of it being a full red, we had 3 blue cores, 3 red cores, we can see if we flip it to be just 3 red cores, our numbers, especially, well, here with Streamline, now they're kind of equal. Before Streamline, that Fenris now pulls a little bit ahead, but it is a little bit. It isn't humongous numbers, of course, mostly because those bonuses are pretty close to each other. Here, though, still with 30 grading, so let's take it maybe to 3 blue cores. We don't have any grading yet. Now it is more than a % difference. So it really does depend what kind of talents you're picking, what kind of talents you're going with, what your build already is set up with, how much grading you kind of have. Those things will matter here. But also the difference between Grupo and that Fenris, even as, if we went 3 blue cores and no grading at all, we saw that, it wasn't that big of a difference between them. And even with the talents active, it's not the humongous, the hugest of differences. And that's going to be the thing here. Some of these choices are so close to each other that you could basically justify it either way. You could definitely make a case to, for instance, going Fenris if you're going Killer more, going Grupo if you're going Streamline more, but that would be just to min-max it completely, basically. If we then go, for instance, here, then looking at that third piece, because that's, of course, the question that we really have there, even though we kind of wanted to see how we want to set up our high-end, obliterate high-end like that. Here, though, we could actually, instead of a Grupo or Fenris in that slot, we could take a third piece of unit alloys, taking that 50% magazine size. This 50% magazine size, at least going from that, 2 really good bonuses, 1 good bonus, 1 extremely great bonus on that 20% assault rifle damage, leading into this 50% magazine size, that works out decently well because we've taken these two. Much more so than, for instance, with Brazos, where we went with some skill haste, we went with a skill tier. The skill haste was not that useful at all, especially to a red build like this. Skill tier, useful if you're using it for something useful, for instance, with a shield or such, or with smart cover. But both of those weren't per se damage related. These are very much damage related, leading into a 50% magazine size. This is actually one of those places that I could definitely see leaning this way because, well, in the DPS end of things, we are basically, around that amount of a brand bonus, around that 4% that a Grupo is in a build like this. We kind of see that here as well. A little less than 4%, for instance, versus some of these. We lose that 4% on the burst, but of course that magazine size means that our firing time is a little bit longer. We reload less because we are just firing for longer. Every reload basically as well gets us 75 rounds instead of 50 rounds, and we see that in the return in the sustain end. And of course, increasing the mag, of course, increases the damage per mag. But here we can also see that, it doesn't increase it by 50% because, of course, we are giving up that brand bonus effectively from a damage to here what isn't per se utility, but more of a sustained DPS talent or sustained DPS brand bonus. But here, where we can take 3 pieces and not lose vigilance, because we already looked, of course, at the ninja bike together with, for instance, Striker. There we lost a lot because we're losing the backpack talent there. On a high end, we don't need to use that backpack talent because we can just have that there. Of course, we can take 3 pieces of this and not, we don't have 4 pieces of gear set that we need to incorporate into this. Because of that, yeah, here it works out quite a bit better. The ninja bike setup for instance, strikers and such, I would also still say, if you're going that route, go with 1-piece unit and 1-piece Fenris, getting more bonuses, and that reload actually ends up being quite competitive against that magazine size on the sustain end, and your burst is actually much better. Here though, when we can go 3 pieces without giving up a backpack talent for it, it actually works out. And I would definitely say on the high ends, actually, this is likely going to be the way that I'm going to change the high ends build picture to become likely this, making that 3-piece actually well usable. And I'll cut there. Don't tell me this is like, okay, it is 10 minutes, man. Yeah, rambly. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Do you have ETM pictures for these builds? It's gonna be next week mostly. Although actually more likely this weekend, now that Survive Fest didn't survive. But yeah, this is the thing they're being based on, of course. I needed to do these first. But next week is, yeah, I want actually by the end of next week, basically, so this weekend, the next week, and next weekend, by that end of it, I want the build collection to be fully updated. Because now we are basically all of our answers. Now it's just sitting there and doing the build pictures. But yeah, that's going to get updated pretty soonish. Because updates won't take too long. It's just, yeah, saving them, just putting them in there. And now we have all the answers. That's also why I wanted to make this in-depth. I can just go like, oh yeah, well, what did we decide with tipping skills? What did we decide with the high end? Yeah, let me get you some more. Yeah, get into builds. New name, chess, and also, I mean, yes. Yeah. Answered it for the other guy, but same answer. That's always going to be the case as well. We need to first kind of in-depth look everything, so I kind of have my answers, because in the past I would kind of quickly change stuff, and then some stuff would, because actually at the start as well, I thought, for instance, units plus overdogs would be the pick for like chess striker. Turns out chess guy is a little bit better there, so instead of doing work twice, I'm just doing it once, but a little bit later. We'll take our time. Yeah. Oh yeah, these will all be updated soonish. Soon, TM. YouTuber skill, waveform, momentum works really well. Oh, okay. Well, glad you enjoyed that, Matt. Although, well, that one is definitely, because that one is an X build, isn't it? I don't have it anymore, but it kind of works. I remember it kind of working as well. But yeah, definitely not a top end build, but well worth messing around with. It's a quirky one. Oh yeah. So that was a high end. Wait, let's mark this one as completed. Completed. Our biggest card for it, yeah. Yeah, let's do UI. You know what? Let's do OD, because that'll be a quick one, and that'll lead into UI again. Let's do OD. But I think the audio got messed up there. Checking a sec. Although let's just reset it. I don't know if my voice is messed up as well. I'm just putting some stuff away and setting this up. Oh yeah, so Twinkerer. Oh yeah, unit alloys. Backpack. And I did eventually get this backpack. Because I want the free talentable one. I have. Oh, my true sense is even full, so yeah, let's just splurge. Are these resources for if not for this, right? Gotta look good. Should visit this for a second. So I think that had a mod that was, yeah, that was a mod through here. You know what? Let's stick a 12 crit in here because we'll need it later as well. For now, okay. Tinkerer. Yeah. Going to change this. Yeah, so this one actually is the one. Yeah, it's not going to change. It's going to stay with Cheska in the end. It's one we kind of covered in part 1, but I'm going to recover it here just briefly. And the reason is just, yeah, if we're not taking Equalizer, while we gain a little bit on the burst, we lose way more on the sustain and such. Yeah. And then going on to ongoing directive. We covered this one briefly in the part 1, but specifically just to, layout-wise discuss it here again. Because, of course, one of the things we could do now is take an OD backpack here, and, we don't want, take an OD backpack here, yeah, no. Take a unit backpack was the sentence I was going for, but yeah, let's try that again. And let's go on to ongoing directive. As here, we already did look in part 1 at ongoing directive, but mostly just to put into context how much we would gain just by the brand bonus of unit on a build that, for instance, we're not able to take the chest piece. As of course, layout-wise, we want to either, overall, I'd like to tinker a lot with ODs. Effectively making the choice that we can take either Cheska here, some other brand bonus, but Cheska was always the biggest one, and then put that up against unit. And what basically, if we were to go with a unit backpack, although we would want to have a crit chance mod in there, basically to make up for what we're losing from Cheska, and then we can make up actually a little bit by just swapping around crit chance and crit damage mods on our weapon to shift up and down our crit chance a little bit. And overall, the conclusion for this one, and this is also one to show that yeah, not everything is going to get unit into it. Because in the different variations that we could go with that unit backpack, and especially this 95.59.5 is the preferred version of at least going with the unit side of things, where we take it with 2 crit chance mods on the weapon and 1 crit damage mod. We do gain a little bit in the burst, and this is one of those reasons as well to not just look at burst by itself, because we do gain in the burst. So you might go, oh, we just take it there. Now on the Chesko or on the ongoing directive, the Chesko or the unit, well, the rate of fire of course changes between them. But here, for instance, as well, the rate of fire isn't helping us with stacking or anything. OD doesn't care about that. We don't have any talents that per se care about that. So from that perspective, yeah, if we're just looking at the burst, unit seems better. But actually, if we look holistically and look at the sustained DPS and look at the damage per mag, both of those are significantly lower. Because, yeah, of course, we're adding onto the rate of fire side of things instead of onto the damage side of things, the way that, for instance, all of the damage brands add to basically the hit. Because of that, they gain more, or they add actually into the magazine damage, basically. And also help a little bit more with the sustain, because with the rate of fire being higher, we're actually unloading faster, we're hitting our reloads more often, and our sustained DPS will drop if it's actually, just adding onto the rate of fire side of things. If all things being equal, if we just had the perfect choice between just 5 damage onto the weapon, basically, or a 5% basically separate multiplier, or as 5% separate or rate of fire there, unless that rate of fire is also getting used for something else, like stacking with Striker or other things like stacking a Blitz rate and such, when we don't have all of those, the damage side actually would be better. But there isn't any places where we have that cleanly, oh, you can just, there's no talent picks of just like, oh, do you want 5% more damage or 5% more rate of fire? Because, yeah, most of the time you would just take the damage, especially on a build that doesn't care about rate of fire. And we see that here. So this OD is going to keep its Cheska backpack there, and that Cheska backpack alongside of a Tinkerer, because that works really well here for OD, where we have talents that really can trigger off of it well. On those calculations, and here we've been using ourselves Sadist plus Pressure Point. Now, actually, if we went the route of having, for instance, Vindictive, which is a really good pick as well, especially as it applies group-wide, Sadist plus Vindictive, we might be able to make a little bit more of a case to go, for instance, with the unit side of things. But overall, I don't think the gains on unit are ever really worthwhile enough to go with a different backpack than this Cheska. I'll just to kind of reiterate that one. And let's go on to more. Let me actually, oh yeah, I wanted to check the audio on that other one. Because of that, yeah, here it works out quite a bit. Load actually ends up being quite competitive against that magazine. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I made the text screen. No, I want that there. Okay. Now we go to Umbra. One that's more out there. Actually, do we go Umbra or do we go somewhere else? It's kind of looking on how we're gonna weave a narrative. Because we can go Umbra, Heartbreaker, and then from Heartbreaker into the Heartbreaker Tech Tank, then into the high-end Tempest there, then the Striker Tech Tanks, and then the Striker Backfire, And then Hunter's Fury. And then Tipping Scales last. That sounds like... Oh, we have ND as well, actually. Somewhere in there. Yeah. Let's do Umbra. Oh, we should do, yeah, Umbra ND. Umbra MD HP. So yeah, kind of this section. And then... Because then we have basically all of this upper section done, right? Yeah. That makes a little sense as well. So Umbra ND HP. And then HP can go into HPTT. Then we can go with this high-end Tempest Tech Tank. Then the Striker Tech Tank. Striker Tempest style. And Hunter's Fury and end with TS. Because the TS is going to be expanded in the future. It's a lot still. Whose idea was it to do this much? What an idiot, that guy. If I had him here, I would punch him in the face. Let's see. Yeah. Is it fair? Yeah. So just making sure I have the right build and everything. Yeah, let's get going. Yeah. I started it there. Maybe I keep that going. Because yeah, we made just the worst pun of like, and going on to ongoing. Maybe I should here go like, and let's roll for initiative on Umbra. You know, Umbra Initiative. I wonder actually how many people even know it's Umbra Initiative. Like everybody just calls it Umbra always. Yeah. You know what? Let's do that. And then we'll go and negotiate some dilemmas over there and then break some hearts with heart. Yeah, let's do that. Just have some fun with it. Yeah. And let's roll for initiative for some Umbra over here. As of course, with Umbra's initiative, we can go several layouts actually. So on the build showcase, we already kind of discussed that, especially now with the high grading that we have, you can actually, with Umbra, especially if we're, for instance, here going Umbra with an exotic in there, we've taken the overdogs. We're going to consistently grab the overdogs as kind of our sit-in piece here, of course, because Tinker also pretty good piece and such, but yeah, all of these kind of beat the two-piece unit as well. We can kind of now guesstimate what a two-piece unit can be, of course. If we were maining the AR here, a two-piece unit could be a very consistent pick, but the Tinker would still be a little bit ahead, as we saw with the first part. But here we have the choice actually between Fenris, Cheska, and then now unit. The Fenris, technically a tiny bit better, but it's such a tiny improvement that isn't per se worth investing in this backpack unless you already have one lying around. You could just reuse a Cheska backpack that would be more usable in a lot of other places, as we, for instance, already saw with that OD. But we have the trio basically here, and what do we see between the three? If we go Cheska Vigilance, Fenris Vigilance, and Unit Vigilance, we can lay them all out to reach that 60. They do require different layouts on the gun. So with the Cheska, we can go with 3 crit chance mods and we can land on 60. For the other two, we need basically a crit chance mod on, or well, we need actually several crit chances flipped. And then we take 2 crit damage mods on the weapon and 1 crit chance. With that as well, almost all weapons can take 2 crit damage mods, especially all ARs and such can take 2 crit damage mods and 1 crit chance mod. Some weapons can't have all 3 be crit damage mods because you do need a long rail for that. So for instance, a FAMAS or a CTAR or a F2000 actually don't have the under rail for that. You need the long under barrel rail. But in this case, yeah, all of them can because it's the 15 crit chance that we get from the gear set. And between the 3, there isn't really that much at play. As we see here, basically at full red and full grading, that Fenris is barely ahead, barely ahead, barely ahead. Killer coming in makes a little bit more of a difference because, of course, that feeds into the crit pool of side of things. But as we also can see, because of the increases of Umbra being into rate of fire and being into the crit chance or a crit damage side of things, that does affect as well. That Cheska actually gains a little bit less than we gain from if we had Fenris there. Most of the time, though, I've just been taking Cheska as the backpack there, mostly to have universality, of course. Cheska would apply to everything. Fenris would be very specific. This is also very dependent on how many stacks of Umbra we have. Here I have introduced the option of setting our stacks. Of course, if we are not stacked at all, it actually is very much in the favor of that Cheska piece as well, especially when we turn it off. Although, well, when we say a lot is here 1%, which isn't a lot. And yeah, that would be the difference there. But yeah, once we get that crit in from Umbra stacks, yeah, it actually leans the way of that specific weapon damage. But tiny differences between them. We could go unit here, of course, as well, but here Umbra, especially the reason I wanted to look at it is it feeds into crit and it feeds into rate of fire. Is Umbra actually a choice there? Well, on the burst DPS ends again here versus at least that Cheska as we kind of take as our general piece. Yeah, on the burst it is, on the sustain and on the damage per mag again, it isn't, because yeah, we're feeding into rate of fire, and we're not per se getting higher damages out of that, for instance, for damage of mag side here. Here again, basically a place where it doesn't fit in that well. Also, it affects, for instance, because on Umbra Initiative, as we have here, taking Killer is a lot smaller than it is in a lot of other builds because we're already feeding from the gear set a lot into the crit damage here. Measured has always been one of my more go-tos for it, but here as well, we're feeding into the rate of fire, and because of that, actually, with the units, we're getting less returns from that. And we do see that here a little bit as well. And actually, the weapon damage being a little bit higher helps Measured a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit as well. Meaning that Fenris actually benefits a little bit more than when we're running Measured. And here again, basically showing that it does depend a little bit what talent we are running. Because generally, units will actually lose a little bit for Measured. And of course, Killer will be much, will be a little less on things like Cheska than, for instance, Fenris. But then also, yeah, we have Streamline, which then goes the other way, which feeds into weapon damage, of course, and that is worse, much worse on the Fenris side of things. But all of them, at least on the burst DPS side of things, keeping pretty close to each other. If we take the damage talents out of here, and again as well, depends on the grading a little bit and on that tiering, because here as well, if we, let's say, take it with 2 blue cores and we don't have any grading at all, it will feed into the side of the Fenris piece, of course. But at full red with 30 grading, just the maxed out version, they are basically head-to-head. And honestly, I would just take the Cheska to have universality there, and that's likely, again, how the build picture is going to say, just so we can also use it with LMGs or ARs and such, alongside of rifles as well, as Umbra actually a pretty good rifle build. The unit actually losing in the sustain and the damage per mag means that unless we're doing something with that RPM extra, it's not per se worth it. And yeah, we don't per se have any talents here that would go off of that, because again, as well, we have Vigilance, we don't even have Obliterate here or such. So, and if we do want to really be min-maxing, yeah, going a specific weapon damage backpack, so for instance, for the cases of an AR, that could be an option as well. There's definitely also something to be said if we aren't going with that Overdogs to take 2 pieces of unit, but we haven't included that here just to keep it simple. Yeah, let's move it on. A lot of talking. 6. But introducing kind of talents into the mix kind of through this. Okay, that's Umbra. So what's the idea in ND and then HV? Yeah. Do you have any other pieces still on her? I just said Hollow Man. Unit backpack. Okay. Let's go to character 4. Let's do ND. By the way, are the Division 1 servers like completely down or something? Because I wasn't per se. I didn't per se read the whole article or whatever they posted. Because yeah, I did see some people having issues with it earlier. Some people were asking some questions, but yeah, I wasn't playing it, so I didn't really have answers for them, except for just going into that category and just having a peek and going like, I see people playing. But yeah, Survive Fest did not survive. Which is, yeah, pretty... And it's still from... Oh no, it's doing the testing numbers there. Yeah. Just and equal. Oh yeah. Let's make this actually a 60, just for clarity. Although, I mean, you can look down there and see it as well, but... Yeah, I'm gonna make all the bad puns, aren't I? Oh well, these are barely puns even, it's just basic wordplay. Yeah. And let's continue this dilemma by negotiating about it with some negotiator's dilemma. Here we're looking at, again, actually, between the equalizer and actually a Cheska chest. Effectively, of course, that equalizer is going to always win out, except we'll see one exception, and that's the sole exception, but that one even isn't that much of an exception with a DNH chest later on. But as we discussed in part 1, if we're using a blitz rate, at the very least, basically we want to go equalizer. And we see that here as well, just because that talent or the brand bonus is basically the same as a Cheska around that same ballpark, especially on a build like this that doesn't have built-in rate of fire. And the blitz rate itself is, of course, larger. You need to stack for a tiny bit longer, but that's not per se hard to do. And this is looking at a negotiator here as well. We're just keeping that OD going, or the overdogs in this case, going as our pick for the exotic, just as well for a very simple lay-in. But of course, this would be similar if we're going Tinkerer or Centurion in the outcomes of it. We're just taking different bonuses, different talents and such on there. Now, of course, with Negotiator, we generally do want to take the backpack nowadays. Once they buff this to be 112%, the backpack is now actually pretty good and one of the mainstays in there. And that lets us, of course, again, then we don't want to take the chest really at all. Taking that from 3 mark targets to 5 mark targets is in my opinion, basically never worth the chest talent unless you're doing something very specific where you can mark for 5 targets. Most of the time, it's much better just to take a damage talent there and just have 3 targets to mark. So yeah, we do want to take the Negotiator backpack. We do not want to take the Negotiator chest, so that chest piece becomes a high-end piece. Here, taking the Equalizer up against the Cheska, yeah, of course, the Equalizer is going to win. That's consistent as has been through all of this. And then, though, here, actually kind of looking at it, we kind of looked at Chest Striker versus Obliterate Striker, where we, of course, have the Striker chest on going up against it. But here, alongside of looking at it and going, you know, how much do we gain if we go that Equalizer route with that Perfect Obliterate? And again, we can set it up with the Equalizer. We can actually go 2 different ways with it, especially if we want to keep 3 crit chance mods. Yeah, we land on a 58. If we stick 2 crit damage mods on the weapon and 1 crit chance, which again, most weapons can take, that way we land on a perfect 60, and that actually works out to be a little bit better. So kind of worth it to set it up that way, especially once we, for instance, yeah, bring in Killer. That, of course, reliant on the crit chance quite a lot. So that works a lot better, especially at the 60, and gains us a little bit more there on the talent gain from it. Now, taking this then, and especially what I kind of wanted to look here at is, yeah, if we take, for instance, Unit plus Glass and Cheska plus Glass versus Sacrifice, Perfect Glass, especially there, how much differences does it make? And then, of course, here with the Sacrifice, we're getting that brand bonus of Providence, just 13 headshot damage, which, as long as we're headshotting quite a bit, makes a difference. Here, though, we have it set to 20% headshot rate. Now, the second we take this a lot higher, let's say 50% headshot rate, that Sacrifice is going to pull ahead, especially if we take it to 100% headshot rate. Yeah, that Sacrifice is quite a bit ahead. But at the 20% headshot rate, which I feel is general playish wise a reasonable thing to say, they are actually somewhat in the same ballpark, which of course the Sacrifice still ahead by a tiny bit. But the Sacrifice, definitely, if you're hitting headshots more consistently, the Sacrifice becomes better and better the more headshots you hit. But that Unit Glass versus that Cheska Glass, actually the Unit on the burst, again, a little bit ahead, on the sustained DPS, and on the damage per mag, a little bit behind. You could make a case either way for it, but I would actually still lean towards the Sacrifice here. One thing we can do as well, of course, with the Negotiator, we can mark multiple targets. And that does make a difference a little bit. So here I have the option, and this is basically how many extra marks we're hitting, so how many extra targets we are putting our damage on. And of course, all of these based in theoreticals, 100% hit rate, basically, at least on the accuracy end of things. But for comparison's sake, if we take it to having 1 target extra there, we can see actually the Cheska moves a little bit ahead. And that is, of course, we're spreading the crit. Now, the rate of fire isn't per se feeding into that. We're just critting more often because of that rate of fire. But because a Negotiator is kind of a little bit leaning more towards that crit side of things, we can see that the difference actually leans quite a bit towards Cheska here. And especially if we take it to 2 targets and look at it from there, we can also see actually that here, the difference became a little bit smaller. On the Equalizer, though, the Equalizer still wins out just because, yeah, it is a bigger bonus there. But actually, if it was basically a unit with a normal Obliterate, it would now fall behind. I would see here as well, actually, the Sacrifice pulling and the Cheska pulling a little bit ahead of the Sacrifice and the Unit plus Glass. And this is especially the parts where, yeah, I would say you're losing too much on the sustain and the damage per mag to make that unit a choice, especially here where we don't per se care about rate of fire. Although you could take the unit here and with a glass, and then actually for rifles, perhaps, making a little bit of a difference, for instance, with some of the rifles to be able to stack Obliterate a little bit faster if you're doing that. But honestly, if you're going a rifle, I would just go glass, just to not be reliant on that. One thing we can look at as well is when we here bring Killer into the mix, now then that Cheska falls behind again. So talents, again, really mattering here. Streamline, of course, is going to basically be linear between all of them. None of these is per se interacting with weapon damage. We don't have a specific weapon damage here. So the streamline numbers are exact same percentage differences, even though they, of course, all go up by a decent amount. On measured as well, we see actually that, yeah, it favors that Cheska a little bit more, just because of the crit that it has a little bit more. So yeah, but measured kind of linear as well between them. If we take this back, yeah, to having a 0 marks and with measured, we can see that actually the unit loses a little bit of its gain over that Cheska piece when we are triggering measured here or having measured active and averaged out. So talent choice is still making a difference, but here especially, for instance, I would say, yeah, if we're going Obliterate Negotiator, we're going Equalizer, because Equalizer too good. But yeah, Sacrifice still, I would kind of be my pick, because most of the time as well, if you can get some headshot extra out of it, it can also, actually taking it back to this 2 mark, because of course our damage being spread, when we put this, for instance, to now 50%, that Sacrifice pulls even more ahead than it used to, because, yeah, we're transferring that damage across as well. And quite often with the Negotiator, you can mark 2 enemies and then shoot an enemy that's close by and try to get those headshots in. Then that Sacrifice will actually pull ahead quite a bit. But just for an Obliterate one, yeah, Equalizer, of course. Rambly. 8. Oh, yeah, let me get you in chat. There's some movement there. Okay, on Div 1, yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, they've moved the Survive Fest to a different time as well. I wonder if they were talking about giving something for people that participate now, because I didn't, because I was waiting for the weekend kind of to participate. Hopefully it isn't something I'll feel I missed out on. We'll see. Anyhow, Ricky, catch you around. Yeah, how's Negotiator, Heartbreaker? Are we doing Overdogs here as well? Yes, we are. Yeah. Oh, I have it with Coyote, actually. Wait, let me parse this for myself. So we have unit versus Cheska there. Unit versus Cheska there. Unit for Sava. Yeah. Let's go. Yes. And let's go break some hearts with some Heartbreaker. As we'll look at it here with the Coyote, actually, because one of the things is with the Coyote, we're adding into the crit chance, crit damage side of things, of course. And because of that, actually, it does shift a unit a little bit ahead of Cheska more, at least on the burst DPS side of things. Here with just the Heartbreaker setup, I'm basically just looking at it from keeping the Coyote, and then what do we make this backpack? Because we could go unit, of course, with it, and that could gain us a little bit. Also, we can go 2-piece unit, this being a set that, yeah, definitely, you know, has already some AR bonuses. We kind of want to know how much diminishing returns makes a difference to that if we were to go 2-piece unit, especially up against the Coyote. 2-piece unit also is actually pretty close to it. But here looking at it with Heartbreaker, we have 2 ranges for the Coyote here, 2 different ones, 15 to 25 and then 0 to 15. And that's just to kind of illustrate the differences between those. Now, if we take the unit as the baseline here, as that is our 100% point, if we were to go with unit plus vigilance and then Coyote, and especially because of that Coyote is in there, we can now see that actually on the burst DPS side of things, the difference is there. There is now more than a % difference between them. But of course, on the sustain end and on the damage per mag end, a little bit ahead for that Cheska. Not a huge amount, and definitely here, where we're also sticking that, where we're putting that extra rate of fire to some use by stacking a little bit faster on Heartbreaker, that can make a difference and can make it worthwhile. Now, in the case of Heartbreaker, especially at least for a red Heartbreaker, we don't want to go with the backpack. The backpack can add to your bonus armor, but honestly, I find it that I would, even if we were to compare that backpack, its uses, I would likely go more a Bloodsucker backpack rather than going the Heartbreaker backpack, because we could, of course, stick Salvo in here as well. There's another way, of course, that we can put a Salvo in here, and that's foregoing the Coyote while keeping the backpack a Vigilance backpack. But for a red one, yeah, I definitely would lean towards having at least a high-end piece there. In that Coyote, in the 15 to 25 range, the preferred range where the build is kind of set up for it, yeah, the difference is definitely a little bit more so that we can go, for instance, here, I am considering definitely putting a unit piece in there as the backpack, just also for that extra stacking. In the 0 to 15 range, so if we're basically in the wrong range, and then the 25 plus range where we just get some crit chance, that usually lands around the same numbers. Here we can see that, yeah, we lose a few percent when we're in the wrong range, so to say. But of course, if we try to be in our best range most of the time, that will work out. And then especially, of course, Coyote is also group-wide buff, where, for instance, OD and such and Tinkerer are just for ourselves. If there isn't a Coyote in the team, especially if we're looking at, for instance, a full 4-man or even an 8-man in Countdown, it does benefit a lot to have, for instance, give up a little bit of your own damage and then put a Coyote in there just for a lot more group damage. Because if it applies to 8 people, yeah, that is a pretty big buff actually going around. And pretty easy to maintain, of course, as well. Then if we look at it from having just an unit backpack and then putting a second piece unit or a second piece salvo in there, actually that salvo from a burst DPS perspective, having a unit backpack with vigilance and then salvo in there, works out to be a tiny bit better on the burst, but actually, of course, a tiny bit worse on the sustain, because it's affecting rate of fire again and, yeah, making us reload effectively more often as we're firing a little bit faster. And we do lose a little bit on the damage per mag. But this is definitely a way to go, because also that salvo, of course, when we put that in there, we're getting 10% rate of fire bonus. And here on Heartbreaker, that doesn't have its own rate of fire bonus the way that Striker does. That helps out a little bit to elevate that to be actually that full 10% effectively. What we can see here as well is that Coyote, in a solo sense, actually, is still a tiny bit ahead, or a tiny bit behind, the tiniest bit. If we're in the wrong range, especially if we're looking at that unit one, it is basically a tiny bit behind, less than a percent, about 2/3 of a percentage point there. But of course, when the Coyote is in the right range, it is actually still ahead, meaning so that the Coyote is definitely still a contender against a 2-piece unit. The thing is, though, with the 2-piece unit, if you're getting the Coyote from somebody else, then you can have the 2-piece unit and have consistency there. But of course, as well, alongside of the Coyote, we have, again, the choice to, for instance, forego that one. And that's also why here as well, I have it kind of saved with 5 pieces, and we can actually have the mask there at the ready. So we can, for instance, stick in an Overdox here or a Tinkerer. So if we were to do that just as a solo setup, that's also where we're including overdogs in so many of those other ones. And in the first part, we also went over the difference between the different exotics and kind of how to add. But just to kind of reiterate, we have that here as well, where we have the overdogs here, and we can see that's way ahead when the overdogs is active. But the overdogs is active quite a bit. And here I have a percentage that I can set basically for how often the overdogs is active. And even if we set this to 50%, which especially in cases of the open world and such, you'll be way above it. I see actually it's broken, but we'll set it by hand here. If we set that to 15, this is still 10% ahead effectively. And that's the reason why overdogs is one of the general metas. It's just in some places it doesn't work out as well. And you just have to be cognizant of, you know, hey, I'm going into this incursion fight or raid fight or something where it really does matter how much damage we do. And does it work here? And if it doesn't, we always have a fallback option in either, taking a coyote or, for instance, taking a tinkerer. For the tinkerer, of course, we need to introduce weapon talents. We've had them off till now, but if we take flatline on every build and then with the tinkerer bring in basically a killer as a secondary, for the killer, we would need a kill to activate it, of course. But if we were to do that, at that 50% rate for the overdogs, we are actually ahead with Tinker when Killer is active. Now, of course, Killer isn't always active, so when Killer isn't active, it is actually pretty far behind, of course. So you need to consider a lot of things. That's always the complexity of Division. It isn't that each step by itself is complex, it's just a lot of steps. And things can be on, things can be off, things can have, you know, uptime, downtime, and yeah. Looking at it, though, from this perspective, a coyote in a team, definitely worth bringing in. Overdogs, especially when it is just fully active, and in a lot of general play, you could even, if you kind of pay attention to it, really up its uptime likely into the 80%. And even in just general play, I would say, honestly, you don't drop below 30%. Or well, let's say 33%, as we set this just to a 10. And even there, it's still ahead of the coyote. And that's the reason why the overdice is as potent as it is, and why I do recommend it so much as I do. And yeah, we have then Tinkerer available for some consistency, because also here, of course, we could go for different talents alongside of it. For instance, having flatline plus measured, which I haven't included here because that is actually a pretty complex one if we're doing it that way. But yeah, some of the options for that Heartbreaker. For this Heartbreaker, though, I am definitely considering, and I will likely lean that way, and you'll see the final version likely in a few weeks as I update the build collection. But going with that unit backpack, even though we lose a little bit on the sustain end here, though, as well, once we bring in some of the talents and such, it is a little bit, it isn't that big of a loss on the sustain end or on damage rack, but we gain a little bit faster stacking, and here that helps out. So we'll go likely with the unit backpack. 8 minutes, yeah. That sounds about right for a pretty cool... Wait, how did I not implement this? How did I put this here and not implement it? You know what, I'm just gonna fix it here. Because honestly, it's literally just this, and then divided by 100. But yeah, we did it by hand. Okay. Heartbreaker. The same thing now. Okay, let's go to this. Here, wait, does it can hard? Well, no, we can't pulse the wall, right? Because yeah, so suddenly for some reason, if you shoot the walls, it gives you striker stacks, but yeah, we can't pulse the walls. So it doesn't. It doesn't count there. Do I have a salvo? No, but I also don't have the Heartbreaker Master. Oh, yeah, let's go here. Actually, I need to parse this for a second for myself, because the conclusion was, yeah, we can go Salvo, right? Salvo 50 as an option, and then Cheska as an option. And then it really depends on which talents we're picking. Okay, what is the crit now? 52-105, yeah. Yeah, I don't know that. And let's continue breaking some more hearts as we go to the Heartbreaker Tech Tank. We'll have a slew of tech tanks here in a row because, yeah, they are definitely builds as well that could benefit in some way from looking at unit, especially here again with the Heartbreaker. We just saw it in the red version. What could it mean for the Heartbreaker in the tech tank variant? Now, of course, for those maybe unfamiliar with the tech tank variant, I feel, yeah, I have tried to popularize them quite well, and a lot of people attribute them to me. They aren't per se my design. No design is from one person or such. But the layout of having a memento, having enough with technician with enough blue cores to have a 6-tier shield and a 2-tier artificer healing it, that is the core of the tech tanks, and we'll see that repeated in the strikers. With the striker one, we aren't taking the Heartbreaker chest, but the Heartbreaker chest is actually a very good piece. So in the Heartbreaker side of things, we are taking that. That leaves basically this Cheska that we have here. This was the go-to as we had it. And one of the things of note here as well, and that's the reason I definitely wanted to look at these, is that these are, especially the Heartbreaker one here, pretty low on the crit. So because we are taking a Memento backpack and losing some stats there, because if we had a high-end backpack there, we would have a crit chance and a crit damage and a mod slot. With the Memento, we just have the mod slot, so we lose a little bit on the crit chance, crit damage side. And I would definitely classify the Heartbreaker and even the Striker tech tanks as being pretty low on their crit chance and crit damage. We are 52-105. On the Heartbreaker, even a little bit worse than the Striker tech tank, because we also need that linked laser pointer. So that eats one of our mod slots into that. Because of that, yeah, the actually optimal way to set this up at the current time is actually this 52-105, especially also because we don't have anything triggering off of crit. We don't have Obliterate, we don't have Killer here, for instance. We have Flatline, which doesn't care about that critting either. So we just want to balance out our crit, and this is the balanced crit for this build. Very much so even. And if we then take it back to the spreadsheet, we could, of course, instead of that Cheska piece, take either a unit piece, but also we could stick in a salvo. Now, here, if we look at the Cheska, we can set it up in two different ways at the 52 mark. And then if we add just the crit chance to it, crit chance mod, we would go to 58. Now, this is the reason we don't. And we don't just, as some people say, just max out crit and then the rest goes into crit damage. It doesn't make a big difference here. It's 0.4% basically, but it is a difference. And if we're min-maxing, especially on a build like this, that doesn't care further about crits, we're not, running Killer, we're not running Strained, we're not running Obliterate. Just balancing it out is the better way to go, and you gain a tiny bit. So that 52-105 works out better there. Now, we can bring in units. Units could land on 50 or 58. And yeah, it is actually basically on the burst, again, tied almost with that Cheska. Here, of course, again, on a gear set where there's no rate of fire for it to compete with, so it is that 5% is effectively just full 5%. And this is around the ballpark what Cheska adds as well. So we get the burst DPS being around the same, and then again, the sustained DPS a little lower, and the mag damage a significantly amount lower. If we feed that even more towards that and go with the salvo, now with the salvo, of course, we lose a crit damage effectively because of that. Our crit damage is now actually basically as low as it can go. And if we do that, and especially as well with 2 crit damage mods there on the weapon to land on these 50 and 58s. So actually with these 58s, we are taking actually crit damage mods. and then taking more crit chance on the gear itself to make up for that, to land on that 58, of course. Because, yeah, otherwise it would be 50 and 56. But yeah, that 58 actually works out to be a little bit better overall. With that salvo, we can actually pull ahead by a tiny amount on the burst, but on the sustain and the damage per mag, we lose out. Here, though, that rate of fire, yeah, again, feeding into the stacking of Heartbreaker. And stacking on Heartbreaker is always its weakest point. One of the reasons, because it is actually very competitive with Obliterate Striker at full stacks, if we're just looking at it in theoreticals. But this is one of those where in gameplay, it kind of falls apart. Striker stacks very consistently. Every hit that you make basically gets counted. You, of course, lose some stacks. But even there as well, you lose less stacks than Heartbreaker, because you lose 1 stack from 0 to 50 per second. And above 50 stacks to 100, you lose 2 stacks per second. With Heartbreak, it's always 2 stacks per second. That means going from 100 all the way to 0 with both of them. Striker is 75 seconds, Heartbreaker is 50 seconds. That does make a difference in gameplay. But also Heartbreaker doesn't stack as well. Heartbreaker has basically issues where it doesn't count every stack, every hit. You could just basically side-by-side them, and of course you could have a weapon that is maybe even higher RPM on the Heartbreaker side, and just shooting a target and side-by-siding them, you'll notice that the Heartbreaker does not stack as fast as the Striker does, and regardless of its RPM and such, it's just not every hit that is hitting the enemy is getting counted, which has always been an issue for it. Now, there though, if we can stack 10% faster, if we can have that, and we have around the same burst, giving up a little bit of sustain for it, you could make a case for that. And that's exactly how I'm going to set mine up, actually. Looking at these numbers, especially for instance as well, we're looking at it here without the talent. Now, in the case, if we bring in flatline, the numbers basically don't move in percentage-wise. Of course, all of the numbers go up, but all of the numbers go up by 15%. So it makes no difference there. With Killer, though, active, yeah, that is a different story. As we can see, that salvo version, especially at the 58 mark that we have it there, really pulls ahead. Now, of course, what we can do is kind of set it up for that. And that's the thing I'm going to do. I'm going to take one of these to a salvo with Killer, because as well, Killer is actually, because our crits are pretty low, it will be lower on the activation rate, but it will actually activate likely pretty consistently still, especially on a build that I'm mostly going to run solo, because let's face it, Heartbreaker tech tanks are more of a solo build, at least definitely for me. But when we have, for instance, yeah, flatline being just a flat 15%, if we're looking at that talent gain, here Killer is quite a bit larger, always has been, but of course the flatline will always effectively be active. We're going to pulse the enemy, it's going to be active. But when we're pushing above the 25% mark here with the salvo set in that 58 variant, I'm going to go that route as well. And I always had 2 build pictures for the Heartbreaker tech tank in there. One of them is going to stay with Cheska and be set up for flatline, where we take it and just have it be at that 52-105 that we had, where it is balanced between those two. And I'm going to make one as well, change one to become the one with salvo in there, and then we stick Killer in there. We give up the consistency of flatline. The first skill will be harder to make, especially because also we without stacks and stuff. But having already played around with it, it is kind of worthwhile enough to lean that way and does feel a little bit stronger. Anything above 2% difference, especially on the burst DPS, you do generally feel it. And this does feel a little bit stronger. Even though, yeah, if we don't have Killer active, it is basically just a bit stronger on the burst DPS, but loses on the sustain and the damage per rack. But definitely a separate way of setting up that Heartbreaker tech tank, where we take the salvo alongside of the memento, and then definitely Killer is kind of required in there to make that work. We set it up at 58, and that's going to become one of those build pictures in the future. Yeah. Do I even want to... Do you even want to see how long it's been going already? Okay, we're already over the hour mark. But yeah, this is hour 50. That was already, like, that's what I was expecting. But yeah, I'm expecting people to kind of look at it, in segments. That's the idea there. Because everything's going to be timestamped. I'm expecting people to just kind of look at it at the segment that they want to see, and then others will have it just in the background for me to ramble in their ear. Let's go over here. Oh, that was also one of the longer ones. Will the eruption armor with memento? How do you mean? Although as well, just to, as a pet peeve of mine, memento. Because yeah, we're keeping mementos, not stealing moments. Although we're stealing moments also from the enemy, we're just killing them. So we're confirming those kills.
Guard duty's so boring.
Wait, where is that even? It's in the back thingy. What? God damn it. Let's go to Brooklyn and back. I didn't know. Wait, they can spawn in the back lawn on the White House? But that is a shared space. Oh, wait, do I have modifier active? Could also be. Although no, that wasn't this character, right?
Safe area detected.
Modifier. No. No, golden is active. So this just makes him leave because yeah, otherwise we can go stand somewhere else. Doesn't per se matter too much. Yeah, so we're gonna go to the Tempest one. Although from here we're gonna kind of accelerate a little bit until because yeah, some of these next ones are a little bit smoother. We don't need to discuss as much.
Safe area entered.
Well, what is this even? Oh, to go intimidate. Yeah.
Let me be your one-stop shop.
Okay, do we need to actually use that? Oh yeah, it's just a Tempest, so it doesn't. Yeah, let's go record this. Yeah. Yeah. And let's move it on to this Tempest on the high end. Tempest, of course, coming in, made several tech tanks with it, especially a high end and striker one. We'll look at both. Here, starting off with a high end one, which, again, as the layout wise, was 3 pieces of Imminence armaments nowadays as well, with the punch trunk in there. Here we have a Cheska chest in there. Now here we have an Intimidate one, but generally what I actually end up running there is, in the past, would be, of course, this Cheska one. We can already have that conclusion of Equalizer is better there, and we can already pull that up here and confirm. And then the question becomes, yeah, how do we set it up? Because with that Cheska, we could land on 57. Here, of course, we can't play around with crit mods on the weapon. It is an exotic, that Tempest. And it'll either land 55 or 61. And we can kind of say that, yeah, the 55 is kind of the way to go. Which is also nice because we can swap out that Cheska chest that we have and effectively go to an Equalizer. And this is generally the way to quickly swap between the two, actually, is just to have a equalizer with a crit chance mod in there. You take that into here, and you land effectively close enough for government work as government agents that we are. This way we land on 55 with this. And of course, if we're going the route of obliterate, yeah, the equalizer again has no equal. That perfect obliterate definitely makes that difference. Because actually, if we look at it from the perspective, and we have that as an option here that I can toggle, if we were to take intimidate instead, because definitely that works out well for that build. And actually, for instance, 2 seasons ago, we had effectively an infinite amount of bonus armor, especially if you were with the shield, through a modifier. The modifier that season, basically, if the shield got hit, you would start building up bonus armor behind it. And yeah, that made it so, and that was also without a timing on it, so it would just stay until you lost it to enemy damage. And that made it so that, yeah, you could very quickly generate some bonus armor and have Intimidate be really a lot more effective than it usually is. Because otherwise, here, the way to generate some bonus armor for this build is to get kills and then pick them up, pick up some memento kill confirmed, and then that triggers the bonus armor for 10 seconds. If we go that route, this toggle basically takes away that obliterates all of the obliterates on them and just trades it in for an Intimidate. Intimidate by itself as well, just to clarify here why it is 42 and not whatever number you think it is. It is self-multiplicative, so it is 9 stacks of 1.04 as it is, and it is basically each a separate multiplier. This is actually one of the things that we could call multiplicative, as it is multiplicative to itself and by extension to others. If it is multiplicative to itself, it's going to be multiplicative to others. It has no choice. Intimidate there, though, if we are taking that, the Cheska actually makes it so that, yeah, the unit is actually a tiny bit ahead again on the burst, but a larger portion behind on the sustain end of things and also on the damage per mag. Here, especially when we're going to Intimidate, of course, we are no longer caring about our rate of fire that much, because if we don't have that obliterate there, of course, yeah, that was the one thing that there cared about rate of fire, to stack faster. But yeah, we are losing actually on the damage per mag, on the sustained DPS, and that means that actually the Cheska is the better Intimidate here, in my opinion. So for that build, I will likely actually save it with that Cheska Intimidate. I will likely have an equalizer around on a character, or on that character for other builds, and then we'll pull that in when we want to go obliterate instead. Here though, showing that, yeah, as we have seen throughout this, especially if it's competing directly against Cheska and we don't have anywhere for that rate of fire to go into, and it is a build that isn't super high on the crit, Cheska is very competitive through unit as the brand bonus, but just not against the equalizer with that perfect obliterate. The second, we are basically taking other talents like Glass here, like Intimidate. Yeah, Cheska will actually still have a little bit of a place, just not for obliterate. Yeah, we can green this up. Now we're going Stricker Tete, Audi Tete. Oh wait, let me catch up here for a second. Yeah, Pearl, I'm wearing it. You can't have my clothes. They're my clothes. Oh yeah. How funny would that be if they just gave me a code and I just didn't give it out? Just like, no, you guys can't have it. It's all mine. Creating scarcity, creating rarity.
Safe area detected.
Oh yeah, let's go back here. Only those, yeah. I wonder actually, yeah, if at some point they ask me or something, yeah, what would we even put there? Because yeah, stuff like that, I'm not sure is gonna get approved. Like just Stuff like just putting only the tip or something on a shirt. Switches are gonna make all this. Yeah, exactly. It turns out I'm just mathemagicianing these numbers. It's actually a ruse. Numbers? Who needs numbers? I got a gun. Oh yeah. I got your numbers right here. Good to know. I mean, yeah, that would likely, we might likely make something. And likely something like just my face or something. Well, that's... Maybe we take the face palm one. We just make that one. What I often use for some stuff. Indeed, magnets. How do they work? Yeah, or the older one for older people. Yeah, tight goes in, tight goes out. You can't explain that. Remember that guy? But yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go into this. So this is Striker Tech Tank. Yeah. Yeah. 855, 61. Yeah. Well, let's fix this up because actually I'm missing this. It's HD. This is HC. Just these two. Yeah. Just add the mods there consistently. So here, actually, with killer, it's gonna go that route. Oh no, it doesn't. But even with killer. Yeah. Wait, no, that can't be right. Wait, what? The typo, isn't it? Yeah, that was a typo. Okay. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, I've done this calculation in the past, and the other one pulls ahead with killer active. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Just... Oh yeah, we could actually even do, yeah, something sort of like that, just on a t-shirt with just Lexi Bell. Little picture on it. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this one. And that's now Strike to the other side of the Tech Tank discussion with Striker Tech Tank. As yeah, similar layout to the Heartbreaker, of course, where we are taking it with Cheska chest, well, in the past, and this, of course, yeah, again, with an equalizer here being an option, it's going to lean that way. We have several crit setups that we can go with the equalizer, of course, again, with the weapon. But actually, first off, with the Cheska itself, there was always the thing of which talent you go for mattering there already. That's also why the 60 crit version, where we take 3 crit damage mods on... that's not... I did this wrong. This is crit damage. This is crit chance. That's crit chance, that's crit chance. Okay. Oh. Yeah, so like, messed that one up. So this is this one, right? Yeah. Go in there. This one can go out.
I'm fucking bored.
Oh. Oh, the guy's here. God damn it. It's fine. Don't think he talks when I'm in the menu, right? Whatever. Yeah, I know. I have one with Elmo, with a lot of Elmos, and one with a lot of Lexingtons. Indeed, the companion just not caring about my shit. That wasn't even a companion. That was just somebody with a voice on. Just walked by. Oh yeah. Spreadsheet duty again. Yes. Now let's go to this. And let's strike our way to the other side of the tech tanks, which is the striker tech tank here. With it, we could always go Cheska, of course, as the chest, going with the obliterate variant. Of course, actually, with the striker tech tank, we can also go chest, but I quite often prefer it to be the obliterate, just because we can always stack from a distance if we need to. But the striker tech tank is definitely one that can get close and can stack up with the ACS. It is definitely a close range build. In the past, we would set it up with Cheska, and that's actually one of the places to kind of illustrate. We have it here set up with Cheska and then 60 crit chance by having 3 crit damage mods on our weapon. But again, that requires weapons that can have a long underbarrel, which, for instance, with the Lexington you can, but with the FAMAS, for instance, you cannot. Because it doesn't have that long underbarrel, you can't put a crit damage mod there. And yeah, we need 3 crit damage mods to land on that 60 exactly. Now, actually, as we see here, because of the crit on the build itself being quite low, so with the 60, we're at 99 crit damage. With a 57 there, we're at 105. Actually, the balance is a little bit better before talents and such for that 57, actually. But of course, the second killer comes in, that shifts that balance, and this is a build where I do run killer. But if we are running killer, we do want to, in the past already with that Cheska, for instance, set it up at that 60. That would be preferred. That would be the optimal way for when killer is active. We aren't running killer though, and then we're running measured instead. The difference between those actually doesn't matter. And then yeah, we would actually likely prefer that 57, even though we also need crit for stacking obliterate up, but 57 to 60 isn't a big difference, but also the differences here aren't major anyway. Keeping it at 57 with that 3 crit chance mods as well, actually, for instance, allows us to put an Elmo in here or put a Chameleon without really swapping out pieces of the build. So that is some benefits to that. But of course, it being an obliterate chest, in this case, yeah, equalizer comes in, no questions asked. In any form, it is head, because even though that this is one of the builds where the crit is actually some of the lowest we'll see around, its crits are still high and, well, are not low enough for it to beat out that equalizer. Because yeah, that equalizer, of course, as well, has a much larger talent. Again, that 24 total weapon damage that it gives at max stacks really makes a difference. Here as well, with the equalizer, we are actually, yeah, same differences of, here though actually the sustain is keeping up because we are so far ahead. But on the damage per mag, we're losing a tiny bit. But this is also going to stack 5% faster. So this definitely, of course, is going to be the pick. And no questions asked, equalizer going into all obliterate builds. One thing we can discuss here is how do we set it up for it, which is that we can go with 3 crit damage mods and land on 58, or we can land on 55 or 61 with just 3 crit chance mods. Now, the differences between them aren't very large. And this is, again, pre-killer, effectively. So if we were to go with actually even, let's say, a Chameleon or some such, we would actually lean towards this 55. So that's the way we would set it up, because also that weapon has effectively the same amount of crit chance, 15. And I do like the Chameleon, actually, for this build. But of course, if we are running a Lexington with Killer, that Killer is going to come in and make quite a difference there. As once we activate that, yeah, that it's going to shift quite a bit towards that 58, of course, because Killer is feeding a lot more into crit damage. But if we are, for instance, instead going with Chameleon, which of course doesn't feed, well, it does feed into crit a little bit, but not to the same degrees that Killer can. And actually setting it up at that 55 will also leave a little bit of a gap for the headshot buff on the Chameleon, which is 10, but we'll just take 5 of it to reach the gap. That will help out actually there as well. So it really depends as well what weapon we are going with. And here where we have the options between different talents, because measured actually will lean the other way slightly, where actually with the Cheska setups here, the Cheska especially at 60, we're gaining a tiny bit more than we are with the other builds. But of course, yeah, it's not worth going the Cheska route for, because that equalizer is just worth so much more. But yeah, here depending on talent, we could make different choices on where we put our crit chance, especially. I'm going to likely land this on that 55, especially so we can swap in things like a Strega, Killer, or a Chameleon, or for instance, yeah, an Elmo or such pretty easily. There's also a thing to be said where if we are taking this 58 and we are setting it up with crit damage mods on the weapon, some other weapons become available in the exotic sense, which for instance, the Bighorn then becomes one that we can slide into here. So there is actually, for both sides, it depends kind of what weapons you have, what weapons you want to run here. Me wanting to run a Chameleon and a Strega quite often on this tech tank, I'll put it at 55. $527. Okay. Oh yeah. Let me actually get you over to say. Answer with Coca and Unit, it's 2 more brands that create the build, but isn't the buff more the high-end builds create much more options variety. Thing is, any buff you make to a high-end is gonna leak into, like, as long as it's not on the third piece, and they've tried putting some good stuff on third pieces. And that's also some of the high-ends that we use, like Lengmo, right? Like, that is one that is still competitive. Anything you put kind of on, kind of here, like with units, if it can go into if it can go 1 or 2 piece, yeah, it can go into a Striker or Heartbreaker. The thing is, they let this get away from them. Strikers, for instance, just from the bonuses that it has here, is too large. Heartbreaker was too large. Actually, Heartbreaker was the first kind of too large. And yeah, now they've let it kind of get away from them, and now there's too many of them. Because gear sets are just, yeah, the 4-piece gear set is just worth so much more than 4 pieces of high-end really can reach. What they could consider at some point, and that was that idea I've seen thrown around sometimes, is like you could have.
Well, I'd rather be guarding than fighting.
He will be guarding. Having some talents and then going like, hey, you make it like with maybe, for instance, Perfect Obliterate or something. Some of the more used talents, you go like, hey, plus 15% total weapon damage, or it's 1.5, or not, that way too much. Let's say it's 1.2%, if not using gear set. Stuff like that. That would be really the only way you could buff high ends in kind of that way. There was an exotic in Div 1 that had that as its talents, or as part of its talent. Like, hey, if you're not using any gear set pieces, you get a bonus. So that was a huge misstep, yeah. Although keep in mind, the Division 2 had that at the start. It started with 6 pieces. The original gear sets in Division 2 were also 6 pieces, but they were actually not competitive because they kind of forgot that they added in brands. Because that was the thing in Division 1 that you didn't have. Brands didn't have a brand bonus. You didn't have brands at all. It was just high-end pieces. Each piece did have a talent, but most of those talents weren't that great anyway. But yeah, Gears in Division 2 were actually 6 pieces, and then they rebalanced them basically to 4 pieces. And that's actually, yeah, one of the, some people go like, hey, I would love classifieds and stuff back. I'm not one of them. Classifieds took away build diversity, I feel. Just those 2 high-end pieces or putting an exotic in there. Also, we have so many much more useful exotics. And hey there, Tickle. And hey, you're catching us into some discussions as we're having them here. Although I'm mostly recording a video here. That's what I'm set up and doing. Second parter of the unit video. But yeah, welcome in Raiders. Out of the 50 rounds and so on, over gear to top builds, etc. So, well, actually, we use a bunch of brands. We do use a bunch of brands. But let's keep in mind that even some of the lesser brands, you still like. There are some that, you know, if you're just focused on some stuff, you won't see. But yeah, I mean, just look at my inventory, right? Although here now, yeah, we're actually losing a little diversity because most of the obliterates are now going to become equalizers. But yeah, we have some RLD, we have some DNH, we have Fenris, we have Grupo, Hannah U, Imminence Armaments, Sacrifice, Sokolov. We have some stuff, right? But yeah, they didn't go through with their balance of Cheska and stuff in the end, which was kind of. I'm still like, because yeah, they were planning on going 6 and 12 with Cheska and Grupo. Oh no, was it 6.5 and 13 actually, which was weird. But yeah, they should have just gone 7 and 14 and just balanced them out that way. But they didn't in the end. But yeah, again, thanks, Tickle. Yeah, welcome in and welcome Raiders. Let me catch up actually here fully. Large rings of Nova and Gear set, you will get a stacking. Yeah, I think that's the really the only way to make high ends competitive. But also nowadays we have so many gear sets that are just, you know, there is something for everything. There's a quick stacking, quick losing in like tipping scales. There is like decent stacking, like you know, decent stacking, but quickly losing somewhat compared to some things in strikers. And now you have also Coco, which is like slow stacking, slow losing. So they're kind of filling in the gaps. I definitely feel, though, that now, this last few seasons, they've done a lot better job of... Although, well, we've still had some outliers, but we had some really big outliers in the past. Because even now, like, for instance, as much as, you know, I'm kind of pissed at Equalizer, and I'll be pissed at the Sheriff if it comes in with the stats that it has. Just because it's kind of, you know, it's kind of eating into diversity there.
Figures.
But, yeah. We had stuff like, you know, Oreo, for instance, that was just forget about all SMGs kind of stuff. Yeah, just for some reason we find the Herodric Cube. That was actually what, that's actually what Sokolova has, right? She has a Herodric Cube. Hey there, everybody coming in. And yeah, we're recording something, so that's where we'll be continuing on here as I'm recording the second piece on the unit. We're already kind of halfway through. We're mostly looking at just different builds and kind of how it gets affected by Equalizer coming in and also unit and such. And we have a few builds left to cover. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. I see some friendly ribbon towards Tickle there. But yeah, thanks again, Tickle, if you're out there still. But also, I'm guessing, yeah, I know the feeling of after a stream of just going and just wanting to just chill for a bit and just relax, get some energy back. Oh, and yeah, well, no worries, temporary. Well, thanks for poking in, and yeah, have a good rest. Keep sorry, I guess that because it's usually rarity sacrifice for convenience. Because there's always going to be something at the top. Because also, yeah, nerf Striker too much, and now it's Heartbreaker. Just nerf Heartbreaker too much, now it's Umbra. Nerf Umbra too much, and it's tipping skills, and well, actually, Umbra is behind tipping skills and Coco and Negotiator. Like basically, you know, you chop one head off, something else is going to be now the tallest tree. And honestly, nowadays they have a decent balance, but the decent balance is between gear set. It is not between like the brands, the high ends. There's still some places where we use high ends, like explosive builds and stuff, just because there is no better gear set for them. But that could also change by just having a gear set coming that is very like, you know, hey, this makes the mortar super good or something, or this one's for Oxy. Hey, they're tickle indeed. Actually, I see in the chat there. But yeah, I hope you had a great stream and I hope you had some fun. Then 3-piece unit, covered tiny bits, but actually just on high end. It is on high end if you are using high end, but yeah, that's the thing as we're kind of discussing here. High end's not very competitive, but for an obliterate high end, actually, yeah, it's if you're investing 2 pieces and it's replacing like a Grupo, you keep a Cheska and a Fox. That works out, but for ninja biking it, not so much. Let me get up here and yeah, let's go and yeah, finish up. Because yeah, what do we have? We have Striker Tech, or well, just a Tempest Tech tank there. We have Tipping Skills. Tipping Skills is what we end on. So Hunter's Fury, Striker Backpack, or Striker Backfire Backpack. Because yeah, everything that's green we've already covered. So versus here with the high end red, we actually covered kind of the 3-piece bonus, at least when it's going into a high end. So yeah, not much left. But yeah, we're already quite long on a video. But yeah, it's called an in-depth look, so it's on the tin. No, sure. I mean, I can see it from an open world headhunting perspective. The thing is, though, it's a lot. It's kind of displacing. It's displacing basically any non-headhunter shotgun by a lot. The Sheriff is the weapon for the climax mission, the exotic shotgun. Yeah. But yeah, that's coming in a while. So maybe they'll still address it, but yeah, it's 35% base when, you know, Brazen is like 28% fully stacked is a little silly to me. Also because there's such an easy upgrade or like change path for it, because you could definitely go like, hey, we're making it 20%, still very powerful, still very, very powerful. We're making it 20%, and hey, we're adding like 30% reload to it or something. And that would actually make it feel a little bit better. Lasers, using big one fall. Yeah, the thing is though that you're also eating, well, at least with the high end you can kind of make that work, but yeah, in the ninja bikes up, the thing is you lose more than you gain. It's not that it's doesn't like you can't do much with it or something, but that's more enough than enough damage still. Even that ninja bike variant for basically all content in the game. But I feel I would just rather, yeah, not have that extra max size, at least for gear sets. We're talking, not have that extra gear size, have a momentum instead or something, or something more useful than that. Yeah, let's go to the to the other side. No, let's go here. And let's quickly look at a different variant of that same Striker tech tank. If we go to the build here, it is always saved with the Tempest here, and everything that has changed is actually just swapping to a bulwark. And that has already been one of my go-tos as well, for especially with the Tempest for 5 directives and such. Just to have a shooty build, something where I'm not headhunting and such. Works pretty well for that. And yeah, the Striker tech tank in a Tempest variant has actually become one of the ones that I've used quite a bit, especially because, yeah, with it we can combat Pistolero pretty easily. Now, in this, we have one piece that is the actual only piece that can kind of stand up to an equalizer, and that is the Douglas and Harding Obliterate chest. This is the chest that normally would be in this build if we are going the Tempest route. And of course, from a crit perspective, this is laid out in the same way with that crit chance mod in there. Swapping over to the equalizer, we would get 5% more rate of fire and 4% more on the obliterate, but that's competing against 20% pistol damage. And of course, the pistol damage brand bonus that we have, and especially as well on the Troopy's Imminence Armaments going to 60 even. That 20% is, of course, always was a lot more than the 10%, for instance, from Fenris to an AR. That makes it that actually we can use this to kind of showcase how much difference that makes. And that is that this DNH chest is actually the one thing that is a little bit ahead of it. Now here as well, of course, we don't have any other talents coming in or such. The Tempest has its own talent, but we basically never use it. We basically never try to break our shield. If it breaks, I'll go like, hey, I'm using the talent for once. That's basically it. We're not going to attempt to get that talent in there, and that talent is a separate multiplier by itself anyway. So we're not feeding into the crit anything more or such, so this is basically the final values as we have them here. Because if we did have, for instance, a pistol with killer, it would benefit a little bit more from the equalizer. For instance, in the past, I wouldn't run this build, but a high-end version because Striker stacks were hard to get with just the pistol otherwise. Here with the Tempest, though, yeah, we don't have killer or such, so these are our final values. And that means that actually the DNH chest is an upgrade, and that's why the pistol variant of this will stay with the DNH chest. But yeah, you need basically 20% weapon damage. And here then, of course, as well, kind of in the worst case scenario, or well, not actually the first case scenario, but we're not completely maxed out, for instance, on red cores and such. Because if we push more red cores into this build, or if this was a build with more red cores, it would lean a little bit more, at least on the burst CPS, towards the equalizer. But of course, the equalizer also loses a little bit more on the sustain and on the damage per mag. And already the Tempest feels the weakest point of it is the reloads and how often. If we have to reload more often, yeah, I'm going to lean towards that DNH. This is the one exception to the equalizer. And yeah, you basically need 20% weapon damage to kind of combat against that pretty good chest, or well, the pretty good brand bonus that it has, and that extremely great talent increase that it has on that perfect obliterate. But this is also annoyingly then the one thing that makes it so that we don't say, although even I've said that through this video, basically whenever we're using obliterate, we're using equalizer. This is the one exception. I'm not going to per se hold out to point that out because this is somewhat of a more niche build. And yeah, on this one with it, we'll just keep it on the build picture with the DNH. And then we'll just go like, okay, on this very single one, we do not go with the equalizer. Because yeah, there's always an exception, isn't there? Yeah, let me catch up here. Tipping skill is harder than Striker, only if you look at crit only. Tipping skills is still a little bit behind Obliterate, Striker, and then there is Chest Striker. But yeah, if you're just looking at crit, yeah, this is like saying, yeah, and a build that is specifically created to get crit as high as possible. because yeah, you need to look at it from DPS perspective. And from DPS perspective, yeah, Obliterate Striker is kind of on par with an Obliterate. Although, well, with Glass Striker is basically on par on it with a Glass tipping skills, and Obliterate Striker with Obliterate tipping skills. Tipping skills can go its chest as well and gain like about 10%, but Striker can go its chest and gain about 20%. And yeah, there is a reason Striker is still considered the meta for a lot of things. But at least, yeah, tipping skills is competitive, but yeah. It does hit harder just the crits, but yeah, that's half the story. That's about 60% of your story, because you have 60% crit chance at most. 40% of your story is going to be much lower than Striker, because Striker feeds into both sides. Able to get solo legendary content currently. The thing is, solo legendary is not about a build. Like, I could do solo DUA with a dozen builds. I could recommend those builds to you, and you could, well, a lot of players would not be able to complete just in one go a solo DUA. Legendaries are much more about knowing where all the spawns is, knowing where to push, where to pull, what to use against enemies and such. What I can do for you, though, if you're interested in that, also keep in mind, soloing legendaries is just a challenge thing. So you're making it just hard on yourself. Doing it in a 4-man is always going to be easier with the strongholds, because they don't scale in their numbers. They only scale in their health and armor. I should just make a... Wait, let's bring that up. I'll link it to Toasty here, because yeah, he actually has a few videos. A little bit further, you have to like scroll down to kind of get there. But these how to solo legendaries that he has, I'll pull it up here. But yeah, if you go a little bit, I'll link to his channel. The thing is, though, you don't just need the build; you also need to yeah, follow his guide basically. So he has these guides: how to solo legendary title, legendary. Capital, Roosevelt, and then yeah, he has a bunch of records on a bunch of places. Also, his foaming tutorials can be nice to kind of just look through and know the spawn. But honestly, it's not about the build. Like the build, the build doesn't do much. Oh well, you need a good build, but it's you need to know what's going to happen, and you need to have a toolbox that you can have enough to survive stuff. Because yeah, people do solo legendaries with like a Glass Striker, Glass Vigilant Striker. But even for instance that, I wouldn't do that. I likely would not finish title that way. Might be able to do DUA with that one, but not much more than that. Yeah. Anders Fiore. But I give Toasty a listen, and yeah, just follow his advice. Well, basically, yeah, you need the guide to go with it. Otherwise, it doesn't work out. So let's take that. Yeah. Let's go over here. Let's start here. And let's move on to Furiously Hunting with Hunter's Fury. As there, of course, as well, we are going to take Equalizer if we're taking Obliterate. That's somewhat a given there. But especially here with Hunter's Fury, if we are taking Equalizer with this perfect Obliterate, what do we pair it with? And especially as well, at what crit chance? And also, we could even stick Cheska in there, question mark. Here, the older version of what we usually were to go with, which is that we take with crit mods on the weapon being towards crit chance, especially we take it to be with Grupo and a Sokolov piece. This was one of the builds where, because we are pretty high on the crit chance here, we really don't get to fit. We don't really get to fit. This bothers me. Let me fix this a second. Because we just pulled this from a different build where it is saved like this. No, wait. Yeah, that needs to be that. Because, yeah, it needs to land on the 58. Let's try it again. And let's go on and furiously hunt with some Hunter's Fury. Here, of course, also, again, a build where we take Obliterate quite consistently with it and generally avoid the chest and the backpack on it. So we go usually with Obliterate and Vigilance, or Obliterate and a damage chance on the backpack. And goddamn guy. Don't even have the modifier and go away. Yeah, I should actually reset, but he talks so little, I'll likely get it done in between. Otherwise, he's going to be fun for a little chuckle in there, man. Yeah. Same pun the third time, but it's not even a pun, it's a wordplay. And let's move on and furiously hunt away with Hunter's Fury. With Hunter's Fury, of course, we already had a way of setting it up where we went with a Grupo and a Sokolov piece as our go-tos, as especially here, sticking in Cheska in there, usually then land up really well with it. And the way that we often went with it is just to take a Grupo and a Sokolov here. I'm taking Obliterate and Vigilance, but especially Obliterate fit in pretty well in there. And of course, that Obliterate side of things is going to become an Equalizer. No surprise there. Here, no bonus big enough to kind of keep up with it. But what do we pair it with then? Do we go with Sokolov? Do we go with Grupo? Or could we even stick in a Cheska in there, of course? Because we could swap some crit chance mods to crit damage mods and maybe try to make that work. First, looking at what our old values were, if we had it at 58, which is with 3 crit chance mods, then we would land a little bit behind the preferred version, which is to take 2 crit damage mods, 1 crit chance mod on the weapon, gaining and then taking the missing crit chance basically on the gear, shifting our crit chance up by 2 by swapping those 2 mods, as we're replacing a 5 crit chance on the weapon basically with a 6 crit chance on the gear, gaining us 1 every time we do that. That version, that lands a little bit better just on the damage outright because our crit is high enough that, yeah, that will make that difference. And of course, once we actually activate Killer into that mix, that even pushes a little bit further apart. It is a percent here, but yeah, if you can set it up that way, why not, right? You don't lose much. It isn't too hard to do, and yeah, you can gain a percent, and every percent counts in the long run. Now, that was the old way, of course. Now Equalizer comes in. Equalizer, no question asked, it's going to be Equalizer Sokolov, Equalizer Grupo set up in that same 60 crit chance where we take 2 crit damage mods and 1 crit chance. Notably as well, this can work with any weapon. Most of the SMGs do not have an underbarrel. There are some exceptions. There is one variant of the AUG, there is one variant of the MP5, there is one variant of the Vector, which is the Vector 45 that has a long underbarrel. The UMP has one, but all of those are kind of, well, the Vector 45 is fine, but the other ones are somewhat lower down our list of preferences. So generally, yeah, that third crit damage mod is not really available to us except for the Vector 45. Here, the numbers we are using here is actually with the TAC Vector. And with that TAC Vector, we can't actually easily put in Cheska. So we do have a Cheska 60 here. And as we can see, that is the preferred one, as we are a little bit higher. But this would require 3 crit damage mods on the weapon with the TAC Vector that we have. And that's why it's red here. We can't do that. And this would mean dropping down to a Vector 45, even though the Vector 45 isn't too far behind the TAC Vector, it would still lose there a little bit because we're kind of shifting to a different weapon, which I'm not including here, but just for illustrative purposes. If we are taking a weapon that can take 3 crit damage mods, we could shift in that Cheska and actually land a little bit higher. Without that though, because we do want to keep it to a TAC Vector or an SMG9, that's my preferred SMGs. Here then, the Sokolov is a tiny bit ahead than the Grupo. And of course, as well, here it depends which talent we're going in and how many blue and red cores we have. Of course, here actually I had 2 blue cores on the gear. I'm taking those just to have a little bit stronger shield. That helps out quite a bit. And yeah, I don't mind it at all. We don't lose that much damage going that route. When we're shifting actually to, for instance, maybe have, let's say we have 4 blue cores, a little excessive, but definitely a choice we could make if we wanted to. It's going to be much more in the favor of that Sokolov as we see it there. And then here the Sokolov as well. We have it actually at the 60 and the 58 version. As, yeah, the Sokolov a little bit ahead when we're doing that. And especially as well, once we have Killer activated, for instance, then yeah, that pushes ahead. If we had 4 blue cores or 4 red cores and 2 blue cores as we had it there, and we have Killer activated, that Sokolov pulls a little bit ahead, and that's likely the decision I'll make here as well. I'll likely stick that or keep that Sokolov backpack with that vigilance that I have there. Just because it does pull ahead, Killer is my preferred talent for this build. So if you are taking actually in that other way measured here, we see actually that that also actually benefits a little bit from the Sokolov side of things. The only one that, of course, yeah, prefers the Grupo would be that Streamline. But I'm not likely to run Streamline on this build, especially those 2 blues that I'm taking already are very much there just to take a shield and take that out. And just to be clear as well, Streamline, even though the text of it still just says if you have a skill deployed, it is also for any skill that is active. So once you have the shield out, you lose Streamline. But if you add Streamline, yeah, then that Grupo is a tiny bit ahead. In all of these, though, the Cheska is actually ahead, but yeah, that requires to basically drop down to a different weapon. We could take a Vector 45, and but then that would lose out to the TAC Vector, especially on Burst, and a little, well, there would be quite equal on Sustain, but a little bit loss on the Burst. But the Vector 45 would actually be ahead on damage per mag, as it does have a little bit better damage per mag there. The Equalizer here, yeah, we definitely want to take it, because it is the better Obliterate. And even though we lose, well, we don't gain as much in comparison that if we could have, for instance, Perfect Obliterate on Cheska or something, that would be ahead on the Sustain and such. But even here, the Sustain still ahead, the damage per mag a tiny bit below. So that is the route to go with this. So I'll likely go with an Equalizer chest and a Sokolov backpack on this Hunter's Fury setup. Yeah, that one. Is old, yeah, that was 3 takes, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's quickly do this section. Yeah. And let's also quickly look at the Hunter's Fury with a memento in there. Because when we're taking a memento with it, the old way to go that route would be to land as well, to land on the 60 would be to take a Cheska, because now when we're losing a little bit of stats, or we can lose a little bit of stats, especially in the crit side of things with that memento by just taking a crit damage mod there, and basically losing that 6 crit chance that this can fill up pretty easily. With 3 crit chance mods on the weapon, we're landing on a perfect 60. That lined up really well. And of course, that Cheska Obliterate is not going to beat the Equalizer. But then also, actually, we have different ways of setting up it for the Equalizer. So if we take that Equalizer in there, of course, we want to take it with a crit chance mod on there. And what we land then on is 58. We could also then do that trick again of taking 2 crit damage mods on the weapon, having 1 crit chance mod remaining on it. And that would shift our crit up by a little bit. And then we can land on 60 as well. Does that make a big difference? Do we prefer one over the other? Well, the 60 definitely is ahead. Now, of course, here on Burst and Sustain both, the Equalizer is ahead. So that'll be our pick. On the damage per mag, we're losing a tiny bit, especially with Killer active, because even in that build, likely the go-to talent for me will be Killer. It does prefer the 60 by a little bit, but the difference is not that big. But if we are min-maxing, we're going to put 2 crit damage mods on that one. Keep 1 crit chance mod there, shift some crit onto the build to land on that 60 here with the Equalizer, and definitely the Equalizer here again, very much the way to go for that memento alongside of it. If we are going Intimidate here though again, well, I'm not including it in here, we can kind of extrapolate from the high-end tech tank with the Tempest that we saw. If we are going Intimidate, then that Cheska chest is going to be slightly better and the choice to go with. It is really Equalizer that is an equal, and yeah, definitely on the Obliterate end, shifts it in its favor. Yeah, that one. Okay. Are we there yet? 2 more. This and Tinker. Do I dare look at how long it is already? 127, okay. We're gonna go over the, yeah. The 150 is kind of, that's the max time. Although I'm likely gonna reach that as well. But that was also kind of expected. I kind of know nowadays, you know, how much information we have in here and how long it takes to go through it is kind of... we know that nowadays. Yeah, let's just keep going. And while we discuss that, yeah, there isn't too much Striker left in here. Yeah, there's still some. Here we're Striker battle gearing it up again, but especially for the backfire. Now, there's definitely a layout that I quite like for the backfire with Striker, especially if we're going for hazard immune. Now, this build, I'm much more interested in being hazard immune than I'm really interested in the backfire. It is more a build that is hazard immune, and because of that, I'm going the backfire, then a backfire build. And because of that, I'm hazard immune. Because, yeah, it is well known to me. You don't have to make that comment, as I'm sure somebody down there was already furiously typing. Yeah, you don't need hazard protection for backfire. I am well aware. Most of the time, yeah, if you just shoot the backfire after 3 bleeds, you don't really bleed. And especially as well, if you max out the stacks on it, you don't bleed as well either. It'll basically bleed you once for every reload that you do on that stack count. And at 100, of course, the stack count is maxed out. Yeah, so because of that, you don't per se need hazard protection, and that's actually one of the ways that the backfire does see some actual use quite often is in some of the content where there's a healer like Incursion. The backfire actually works really well because it can be a really powerful talent as long as you're mitigating its downsides. By just mitigating it outright with some hazard protection as we have here, we're eating a lot of the build's damage, of course. All of these blues could be crit chances and crit damages and add a lot more to our damage that way. But again, this is a build where I do like it to be hazard immune. So for instance, in previous seasons, we had, for instance, the modifiers in the first season where if you shot the wrong target and you got shocked, well, I would just add a shock mod to this and be hazard immune to that and basically not care about that. And still have a pretty powerful build. Not as powerful as a full-end Striker, of course, but had its advantages. So that's the reason I kind of like this build. Now, though, we could stick an Equalizer in here, of course. But we're using 2-piece Cheska. The 2-piece Cheska bonus is 20% hazard protection. If we give up this hazard protection, we need to either, of course, take more mods towards that, or, for instance, take a Yal piece to offset that. But we can get perfect Obliterate in here. Is that perfect Obliterate worth the loss of those mods? And that was, of course, a question that I wanted to have answered, and that's why we have that prepared here. So here we have the Striker, as we had it there, with 2 pieces of Cheska. And I am going to try to, in all of this, we're going to hit 100% bleed immune. Again, I'm well aware you don't need that, but I want to be bleed immune. I don't want to bleed at all from this, not even on the first reload, basically never, because if that's happening, I'm already annoyed by it enough to just not run this build. And overall, we want to prefer having high hazard protection against everything else. Well, while that build is not hazard immune to everything, it is at 90%, meaning that even a foam is half of a second. A disrupt is usually half of a second as well. And that's doable. Trying to get more into here would cost too much. Then, yeah, with that two-piece Cheska, if we're going to the equalizer, we're gaining some rate of fire. We're gaining that extra... damage here in the total weapon damage from that perfect obliterate, but we would have to either go with Cheska or a YAL piece. Now, the YAL piece would of course provide us with hazard protection, but actually then we would need to take a mod or a stat somewhere else to offset the Cheska, and that would be 6. Or we could take the brand bonus from Cheska, and then we would stick a 10% bleed mod. Now, the difference between those is as well how much hazard protection we generally have with the YAL version. Our general hazard protection is 80, and we add 2 mods to reach 100% bleed resistance. And you basically need 95 for this. Also, just to point that out again, yeah, the bleed of the backfire is not on those lists. All of those people going 93.6. No, that is for only hostiles bleeds. The backfire has a 20-second bleed. To reduce that to under half of a second, which is needed to basically remove its effects on you, you need 95% hazard protection, or well, 95% bleed resistance. So we want to be above that, just to never bleed at all. I just don't want to. But as well, how much is our hazard protection to other things? With that Cheska, we can actually perform a little bit better on the build, and we can actually see that the equalizer here makes up, at least on the burst DPS end, enough that if we're flipping those mods even, we're just a tiny bit ahead with the equalizer versus the two-piece Cheska. That though is at 100 backfire stacks, and then the YAL version is a little bit ahead as well still actually with that equalizer. Now that's on the burst, and then on the sustain, of course, we lose a tiny bit, and on the damage per mag, we lose a tiny bit. At 0 backfire stacks, where we start, of course, the story is very much in favor of that two-piece Cheska. Because actually, this two-piece Cheska is actually losing effectiveness as we're feeding into that crit, as the backfire stacks go up, of course. So the lower this is, the better it is for the Cheska. And that also means that the Cheska, even at the 50 stacks, is ahead of these other two. And ahead even of that equalizer with its basically normal obliterate versus the perfect obliterate on that equalizer. Meaning that actually on this build, I'm very much leaning on keeping the two-piece Cheska. This is again one where we aren't going to put in the equalizer. This time it isn't about the damage of it, because yeah, we are gaining a little bit of damage there. We are even on the sustain end gaining a little bit, but especially in stacking up to it, we're not reaching it as fast basically. Even though the equalizer would help it stack faster, the upfront damage of the Cheska is a little bit better before we get those stacks going in. But more importantly for me, I like having this 90% hazard protection all around, because that makes me effectively very short duration on a lot of status effects. And that's actually why I like this build a lot more. I can run this build and deal with special ammo or situations that have high, for instance, disrupt or something, and run around and actually, not care as much. And if there is a situation where, for instance, disrupt is very deadly or something, I can even add a disrupt mod and mitigate it that way. So yeah, overall, this is basically the second situation where you could definitely still make a case for the equalizer plus Cheska, but especially because also you stack up a tiny bit faster, but as we saw, that 5%, not that big of a difference. You really start seeing a difference when you're doing 10% of it. And here we wouldn't want to have the salvo, because the equalizer is the bigger piece. If we're just putting in a salvo, it would be way behind instead, and then taking a normal, let's say, Cheska. And of course, this is not AR, so we can't take if we take the salvo plus equalizer, we're giving up that second bonus effectively on the backfire. So because of that, I'll likely be sticking with this two-piece Cheska partially as well for that extra hazard protection that has. I feel that one was a lot of caveats, but yeah. Let me get you over here. There's indeed. In a world where Excel excels, one man, one spreadsheet is here to save the world. If you spread the sheet, prepare to be spread across the sheet this summer. The spreadsheeter. Yeah. I shouldn't have done that with my voice, because now my voice even hates me more after all that speaking as well. Oh, it's already one as well. One last build. Tipping scales. Let's go there. Let's get her done. Oh. I need to kick it. Yeah, for that one, I'm gonna stick with. We basically just did the segment there for it, but the Tipping Cheska still gets you 90% hazard protection, and while the Equalizer can gain you a tiny bit of damage going Equalizer plus Cheska, you lose on your general hazard protection, and that's actually like doesn't work out. As well, I could totally see making a case for. I can totally see making a case for like this Equalizer, but to me that build is hazard protection. Like that's what that build is. The striker part or the backfire part of it is kind of. It is a hazard protected build, so it might as well have backfire. Kind of deal. One last build remaining. Tipping skills. Let's take this character down to the range. Let's scroll back up. Actually, wait. Let me double check. Everything green. Yeah, green. How did I make everything a different color of green? I hate it. I don't know. Some are the same. Gonna select them all and make them the same color of green in a second. Because anything that has like this section green means that we've covered it. Okay, so it's mostly just this one is the wrong color. Yeah. Alright, it's just one. That was wrong. Okay. Yeah. And finally, let's scale to the tip with tipping scales. As we look at tipping scales, and especially tipping scales, you can set it up with obliterate and glass, for instance. Now, of course, all of these builds as well, we could set them up with glass. That was kind of as well the part where we looked at negotiator, for instance, between obliterates and glasses and such. We can see the differences in their damage output, and especially now that the Equalizer is in here. Glass definitely also has still benefits, as from the first shot you can gain some damage, but for tipping skills, I quite often did go obliterate, and yeah, we would go with the Cheska chest there. Here again, we're going back to an Overdog's layout as we'll pull it up here. Basically, this build, now this used to be with a Cheska chest, now of course with an Equalizer. That's going to be kind of a given, but that Equalizer's a rate of fire bonus that it gives, does that change anything? Because generally, my recommendation always was with the increase with tipping skills into crit chance and, well, crit damage, and by extent, crit chance, effectively. We would go with a rate of fire third stat on the LMG for it. Does that still hold true when we're adding in another 5 rate of fire from a piece of gear here? That was my questions going into this one. And first we'll look actually at, Cheska versus Equalizer again. And we can set it up in different ways. With the Cheska, we could land exactly 60 with 2 crit damage mods as we have it to the side here. With the Equalizer, we can actually land on 58 or 62. We can go over the cap by 2. Of course, we get capped at 60. Of course, there's no way of actually going over. But if we set up the build at 62, usually going even really further than 61 would cost too much and would not be the big. Except that here, it actually is. It is a significant enough difference to have it be at that, to have it be with 2 crit chance mods on there. And then we take it effectively to 62. We give up 2 crit chance, but because our crit is going into the stratosphere with tipping scales, that 58 costs a little bit too much alongside of a humongous crit. So actually here we definitely want to hit the crit cap, even at a decent cost, because that was always the awkwardness of, for instance, here, if we wanted to go with other brand sets, you would usually have to land on 58 or 62, but then 62 is the preferred one here. Even with that wastage, what we see is, because the Cheska, of course, already kind of getting diminishing returns effectively with how high this crit is, that rate of fire works out much, much better. Before a talent and such, this works out to be this. Now, of course, that third stat, as we discussed, we can go rate of fire, but also what if we went crit chance there? Because crit chance used to be usually the preferred pick. Now, of course, there is also DTA and DTH that we could pick. We'll look at those in a second, but first to kind of lay the basis is that with a crit chance there, we can actually land on 60.5 or 59.5, depending on our crit choices on the weapon itself. And either of those ways actually does not gain us over rate of fire. The rate of fire is actually still bigger, and that's completely due to how much diminished the crit stat here basically is. And the thing is, while it isn't crit chance that is heavily pushed into by the gear set, because it's pushing so much into crit damage, in return, it is actually giving us, every crit chance we put in there usually basically gets us more crit damage alongside of it. That's actually what you get from there. But here, of course, we can't get that much crit onto the build, and especially on the build itself, we just want crit chances, especially because the build is going to give us, the gear set is going to give us a large amount of crit damage to go with that. Now, actually here as well, we have the option to set how many stacks we have actively on the tipping scales. This is at max stacks. If we take that to 2-0, we see actually that 60 would be ahead actually. So when we're not at max stacks, that crit chance would actually be the preferred stat there. Now, taking this back to 50 though, we lose too much in comparison there to make up for that loss. And then actually, we want to be mostly at full stacks. And this is a gear set as well that isn't too hard to get to full stacks. So definitely leaning more towards, here rate of fire, but we'll look at DTA and DTH in a second. One of the things though is actually, if we look at it from, because we are losing, of course, we could actually lose less crit chance if we went with the M60 E6. So what I was using there was the classic M60 that has 2 mod slots for crit chance or crit damage, and then has a magazine slot. So it basically has 3 mod slots in total. The M60 E6 has lower base damage than the classic M60, but it has a crit chance slot more. Now, generally for most of the weapons nowadays, in the past this used to differ quite a lot per weapon variants, but nowadays most of those weapons that have 1 crit less, they have so much more in their base damage that they're usually the better pick, and that's across the board. The 6 CQB is better than the 6.716, just generally. The military or the classic AKM is better than the military or black market AKM nowadays. So a lot of those weapons are actually better, and that holds true here. But one thing I wanted to look at is with that M60 E6, we could land on 61, wasting less than that 62 that we have here, because we can shift our mods to be a little bit different. And with that rate of fire stat, would that pull ahead? And no, because the base damage on the weapon is still lower. So we still prefer to go with those classic M60s. And this just to confirm that, just to make sure that we're still landing right there. Here as well, setting it up with a crit chance third stat to see if that works out better. It does work out better for that weapon specifically, but not enough to make a difference. But then comes the question, okay, we're diminishing a little bit the effective rate of fire because we're getting it from that brand set. Do DTA or DTH become more competitive here? Now, the answer I would say is kind of yes. Without that rate of fire there in the old way, and we can kind of see that here if I just take this to 20s effectively. If I set these to 20, you can see that the rate of fire actually the rate of fire variant of these would be, yeah, quite a... shit. What am I? This doesn't work that way. Wait, do I have a place to cut that? Nowadays, in the past, this used to differ quite a lot per... Comes the question, okay, we're diminishing a little bit the effect competitive here. Now, the answer I would say is kind of yes. Without that rate of fire. See that here if I said these actually the rate of fire. The answer I would say is kind of yes. So cut that 72 and 722. Yeah. I have no idea why I thought that would work that way. But yeah, we can get it there and then feed into this. Let me get you for a second. Yeah, yeah, at least for most of them. Some of them I could, like with the Tempest, I couldn't think of anything. Man. Yeah, we're doing a, well, pun. Wordplay. Yeah, don't touch the grass, not without consent. It doesn't want its greasy hands all over it. So wait, what's my last sentence there then? So we're cutting this. Oh no, not 720. But not enough to make a difference. But then comes the question, okay, we're diminishing a little bit the effective rate of fire because we're getting it from that brand set. Do DTA or DTH become more competitive here? Now the answer... That's 7. Okay. And the answer to that, I would say, is that they are now very much tied. So if we look especially at that 62 variant with the rate of fire turret stat, and then look at DTA and DTH, because of course we can just swap out that turret stat effectively. If we take them at 60% armor rate that we have here, and of course the DTA is oh, never mind as well. Yeah. Wait, have I made that mistake anywhere else? No, we haven't had... Nah, why would we have DTA third stats? We didn't have anything else with LMG, right? Did you know the third stat on LMG is not 8 DTA? It is in fact 6 DTA. I didn't check that one specifically. Wait, what was this as well? Alright, so actually, yeah, good as well, because that helps us catch that. Because I was about to say, like, actually, the DTA should be a little bit behind still. And as the answer to that, I would definitely say that it is closer than it was before. And it makes it so that you could definitely make those choices. Because here, of course, with the rate of fire, we're just gaining this amount, but we're also eating a little bit together with that equalizer and such in there. Here, actually, on a gear set that, yeah, while the Obliterate prefers to stack a little bit faster with a little bit higher rate of fire, the rest of the build actually wants to fire for as long as possible, if it can. So making that 5% rate of fire at 10% by having that second or the third stat on the LMG also being rate of fire, it's a little bit actually in our sustain versus some of these, as we can see that the burst is a little bit higher than the sustain ends of things. And of course as well, on the damage per mag, that rate of fire stat, yeah, is actually a little bit behind. But also on the firing time. Now, of course, the Obliterate does stack a little bit faster, so that does make a difference there. But the DTA and DTH, if we're averaging them out to be 60% DTA rate, as I generally take, so 60% of the time we're hitting the armor and 40% of the time we're hitting health, then it would average out to these numbers. And this is a little bit closer than it used to be, but especially as well, if we look at it from the perspective of having 100% towards the armor rate, we can see that that actually pulls out a little bit ahead that away. And towards armor, of course, and then if we take it all the way to that DTH side of things, where we get 10% DTH, even though the stat says 9.5, it is 10% in your stats and also the numbers. So here, and then we very much would lean that way, of course, versus that rate of fire. If we're averaging out, it kind of works out. And I would say here, though, would be an option that if we're not taking a Tinkerer, and that's actually likely I'm going to set up the build picture of it. If we're not taking a Tinkerer, where we don't want to use a secondary weapon, we only want to use a primary weapon with the Tinkerer, why not one of each? Now that, especially that the DTA is a little relatively closer to the rate of fire than it used to be, just because it is getting a little bit more of diminishing returns because we're pairing it with that other one. Even though it's not much, it definitely isn't much difference, but it is closer. We could have a DTA one and a DTH one if we're running it with the overdogs, and then once the situation calls for mostly a DTA one, we'll grab that. If it's mostly red enemies, or we have, for instance, several Warhounds, we pull out the DTH one. That was already the way that I had the build picture with a rate of fire and DTH one. Here, though, I might lean as well towards having DTA there. The differences, though, are not large between them, and I could definitely still make the case for this rate of fire one, and then still, I would maybe then lean towards a rate of fire one and then a DTH one as a secondary, because that DTH one can actually gain over, but it does require, a lot of health to be around, which in a lot of situations isn't the case, especially if you're doing, for instance, incursions and such. You might see some waves with some heavies in it, but the general populace is a lot of elites that have just a lot of armor and don't have that much health to go through. But here, basically, it has made it a little bit more just up to debate, actually. If we go rate of fire or DTA or DTH, any of those will definitely be worth going. Crit chance, definitely still not making the pick there, because, yeah, we definitely would prefer rate of fire or some of these other stats over it. So not much change there, but yeah, this made these a little bit more viable. Now, of course, as well, if we aren't going with that equalizer chest, then if we're going with glass, for instance, then the rate of fire would still, again, pull ahead. It is definitely that rate of fire from the brand set adding in that makes rate of fire a little less useful. So definitely for that as well, there is still a case to be made for rate of fire. That was about as wishy-washy as I get. Wishy-wishy, wishy-washy, wishy-wishy, wishy-washy. We're just making noises now. Let's go get an outro. Let's see what time of day it is in the game. And then maybe let's still try to get some afterwards, if anybody has interest in joining me for some cheesing of some bounties. We'll go for a little bit there, because I can't make it late today. I don't have to get up early or anything.
You're that division agent, right?
Yeah. Mm. No, they're just working passes. Yeah. Bye, Diggy. Yeah, let's just end it here. Looking off into the sunset. Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. We'll save you a spot there. It's a nice video. Bittersweet, like right there. Buttersweet. Yeah. And with that one, we come to the conclusion of this very long video. And yeah, definitely with how many multi-calculators I set up here, I definitely knew it was gonna be as long as it is here. But there was a lot to go over. And actually this as well has been the questions that I have had for a lot of the builds, for the build collection. And that's also going to be, as you may have noticed in here, me talking about how I am going to set up some of the builds in the build collection. That's the intent here as well, to go through and yeah, kind of figure out how I wanted some of the builds to look, especially on some of the crit choices and such. And definitely worth the time, but yeah, I hope you enjoyed it as well, coming along with me through a mess of numbers. And well, I often say this might be the longest spreadsheet that we've seen in a while. This is definitely in a while the longest, because we definitely had a longer one with Project Resolve coming in with a lot of builds getting touched. But here, yeah, Equalizer definitely touching a lot of builds. And that's kind of the conclusion here as well, is that Equalizer definitely in the places where Obliterate matters, it can go in there. We only saw two exceptions, which was the Striker backfire, and there we're picking it because we want to keep that hazard prediction a little bit higher, and the DNH chest on the Striker Tempest tech tank. But that's, well, not per se a super niche build. It is definitely a build I enjoy quite often, but there on raw power, DNH can actually outpower Equalizer, and that's actually handy to know. In all other cases, if there's nothing special about the build, Equalizer will win. Salvo can go into a few builds, especially if they're stacking related benefits to it as well, like for instance with the Heartbreaker tech tank. And we really need to consider some of the talents that we pick as to what we put our crit chances especially at and our crit damage levels. And that was very, for myself, informative to go through and get through all this. And the brand set as its core in a lot of places can actually be outmatched by Cheska, especially if the build itself already has some rate of fire in the case of Umbra, or doesn't per se care too much about rate of fire, like in the cases of OD and such. So we can definitely reach some conclusions here, and yeah, hopefully we can now really know what units can mean for us, as that was my questions here basically mostly answered. I definitely still have some questions left, and we'll look at some of them as well, actually, regarding tipping skills, especially in a build showcase that will likely be here in a week or two from this video. But yeah, if you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm links down below. It does help out, so I'll do that little bit of shilling here. For future videos, we are going to go look at Bittersweet, and then, of course, into Cocoa Concentrated Company, as those are the two big remaining ones that we want to in-depth look. And of course, the modifier as well. But also, as yeah, kind of hinted at a second ago, tipping skills build showcase coming at some point. So yeah, definitely still a bunch to do, but I'm very happy to have gotten this second part of the unit alloys video done, as yeah, this one was quite a bit of work, but also very enjoyable, and definitely gave me a lot of answers that I needed to start working on the build collection in the coming weeks. So yeah, thank you again for joining me. And as always, have a good night. And yeah, for those here live, that's for the video. That's not. We'll still keep streaming for a tiny bit. Let's go back over here. But that's the outro for there. And with that one, I'm scared of looking at the complete runtime. 150 on the dot. Okay, well, 150 and 9 seconds or something. But honestly, yeah, with the segmenting, it's gonna be like just under 150 because the overlaps. Yeah. Let me get you up here. And yeah, if people are interested, let me swap to my bounty cheese character. Unless, or did you have yours done this or? Otherwise, it doesn't matter. You can always tell us. Yeah. Needed too long, yeah. Yeah, we'll make more in the future. We'll make more. We'll make more. I don't know. Yeah, I'll log in here, but I'm gonna swap then after. But then yeah, feel free to join up on me. Oh yeah, I'll dog if you're report as well. Oh, yeah, we're gonna go bandit cheesing indeed. Let me set 5 acres. If especially, do either of you guys have a OD available? Because that'll be, if one of you guys can be that, I'll grab character 1. Yeah. But yeah, if you guys can, feel free to join me whenever you're ready. I'm on the bounty cheese character, but then I'll swap to a different character because I don't have them. Although I have a decent amount actually. I want to use up some of character 1's ones. She's too close to the cap. Yeah. Could use better scripting though. I need to have more special effects, just explosions in the screen. Just in the middle of it as well, like, do you want an eagle bearer? Do you have 200 euros? Well, those two things could be exchanged. Go to iwanttobescammed.com. Yeah. Go with this one. Oh yeah, I'll go with indeed. That should be decent here. I might try it as well later on. Yeah. If you keep the world alive, this I'll leave and rejoin. Well, yeah, let's use up some of our or both of our bounties. But also, kind of, yeah, I want the other character a little bit. And if somebody wants to be our 4th, let me know. Proud of you. Yeah.
Safe area entered.
I have actually considered for April Fool's video or something. I was watching that a lot last year. There's this guy in on YouTube, like a really jolly guy, and I love him on the background and stuff sometimes. The way it's who makes cheese. You know, he actually makes cheese from milk basically, and just. But I was thinking at some point just making cheese, just showing how to make cheese. And I'll make some cheese. That would be, I feel hilarious. Yeah, let's actually get there first. Let's go clear that place out from this territory. That'll also get us our ammo going. And then we'll go from there. Make milk from cheese. That's the question. Yeah, that way around. I'm not sure things work that way around. What do I want to run actually? Doesn't matter per se. I think I'm just gonna run tipping scales. Yeah. I'll have gunner here as well to give us some starting ammo.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
And if anybody wants to join us for some bounty cheesing, it's pretty good for leveling. We have a lot of bounties to cheese through it as well, so you don't even need to have bounties. And if anybody's interested, let me know. To try and good, yeah. Well, it's just how to make cheese and then like put those bounty chocolates in them. There's a like Snickers or Mars or stuff like that. There's a one, right? Let's use the starter control to generate some special ammo and stuff. And we can just clear them out as a warm-up because I'm definitely not warmed up anymore.
You will suffer. Hell no.
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Received. Golden
So
bullet.
still gonna mess with the spawn if we're too close. No, the turret and stuff doesn't, but it will. If it's mostly outcast ones, it can work actually for other factions, but if it's mostly outcast ones, it's gonna insta die to the explosion from the guys exploding. This is a decent looking one, although RPK is not one of the ones I'm too much after. Let's see, yeah. I mean, you take the middle dog, we'll take the outside. As well have two outside. But if anybody wants to join us, because for XPing and stuff, this is pretty good. And it's pretty easy to do. You know what, I'll pop one of mine and then you pop one of yours and then definitely want to eat a few of mine.
Target near you.
Because I want this character to be a little bit lighter on bounties, just to not accidentally lose some. But what we're doing here is basically this area, because of that other character that I have. I have a video on this as well if you want to see it in depth. I was wondering why everything's spawning in the same spot and stuff. There is, let's go see.
Target spotted. You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work.
Enemies here basically just spawn from 2 spots at most. Basically.
Target.
But the reason the bounties go here is that
Target.
we're on one of my character's worlds where they haven't done any of the side missions. So especially popping bounties over there, they always go here. They're guaranteed to go here. So
Looks like you earned yourself another
that's kind of
bounty.
what we're
Well
cheesing
done.
with. And then I just saved up a bunch of bounties and some others.
Hostile completed. The golden bullet.
And then basically we can spawn it while still being kind of inside of it. Because then we can stand on these parts and just... oh, jeez. Yeah. No, mostly just parts, but also this at least can give us some
Target is
exotics.
near you, Agent.
Although I should have... I might do that when we take
That's the target,
Is
agent.
more likely do 20k. Oh no, actually no. We'll do more than 20.
Target
There's your triple XP. It's gonna make that be a little faster, right? But also here, because we're all facing towards this door, it spawns everything there. Not always, as you saw.
Nice.
Some spawned over there at that time. But if anybody wants to join us, there's a. We do have a space.
Target neutralized.
Although, well, yeah, if you get any.
Thank you
I think I have everything. I have too much of everything. So I mostly just need some optimization parts, and this will do. I'll let you have with this. Yeah, already on 8 caches.
Target near you.
Oh yeah, actually, we're no longer cool skills, of course.
That's the target,
We
agent.
actually get to use our skills. That convoy is aggro to us. What's after this? Clear them out.
Target neutralized. Good work. Agent, target spotted.
Agent down.
You got the target. Nice.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Now let's clear these guys
That's
out.
another one down. Good job, agent.
You will suffer.
Spawn back there.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Usually we have too many people wanting to join unbanned cheesing, but today not many takers. Actually, do I need the talent still for? Have you see immobilize? I feel that one should at least be reachable here. Yeah. It's a little too expensive.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Oh, actually, yeah. Why not? I'll put one. So. Right.
Target is near you, agent.
Yeah, but if there's any other takers, yeah, let me know. Because we'll do this for a little bit. We'll round out here.
Assembled by hostile.
It's also for myself at least a decent time to do it because I'll you know, burn myself a little bit out on the game, but then tomorrow actually I don't get to play it also. I'll miss it by Saturday. So,
That's your target.
yeah, does that reach you guys? I
Hostiles.
don't know,
Guarding
maybe I did
location
more over
nearby.
there. The Schmurtgewehr.
Target neutralized. Good work. Target down. Good job. Target neutralized. Good
And a
work.
cocoa would indeed be pretty good here.
Thank you for keeping us safe,
That's all.
agent.
I'll let you go again.
Target
Alternate.
near you.
Alright.
Agent incapacitated.
This one is it?
Hostile completed.
Okay.
The golden bullet.
Now with most bounties here, we'll just have enough to get all our hives back and stuff.
Target down.
Especially when we're fighting outcasts, because they have a lot of weak points as well. Because each weak point is also
You got the target.
one of those drops.
Target neutralized. Good work. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
3 exotics, nice. Oh yeah, sometimes it goes like that. I'll pop the next one.
Target is near you, Agent.
Some smart cover. He's very
That's the target,
smart.
Agent.
Aw. I'll trust my allies to get that guy.
Nice. Target down. Good job.
Oh, God. How odd.
That's your target.
Detected. New location. Guarded by hostiles.
You got the target. Nice. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
How many guys is around? Oh, 20. Oh, I'm leaking already. Okay, 1 second. Well, let's take a minute here to just open gauges.
Another agent has joined your
Oh,
group.
Jenny, nice. But I'm just gonna do it here. Because yeah, we fill up on caches 3 times as fast. So. And hey, mid. You're familiar with bounty cheesing rate, I believe. Stuff like there, yeah. Oh yeah, that's kind of that's actually the thing I'm here like doing a little bit of. Just getting some of the XP as well. Much, although well, that's not that useful in the end. Thing a second. Useful here. Not really. Almost got rolled carbine 7, but yeah, it's not a useful thing. It's like a quarter, oh, well, not even a quarter, like a tenth of an optimization off one. And then I'm using those things either. Actually, I should keep my inventory full so that cash is just go to the ground. Let's have a few items marked so I can juke him. Yeah, it's this one. Oh, I have so many. I have more than we'll ever use here. Yeah, already familiar. Yeah, looks like, right. Although actually, yeah. So then maybe this maybe you guys take the middle there, or take that side there. I'll go with the middle here because it's nice to have 2 and 2. But then yeah, no. I don't know if you're also in the stream chat there or in the stream voice, or you have the stream. Hello, if you take that side, I'll basically, yeah, 2 and 2 is kind of the strength. Yeah, let's. Oh, it went. Okay, I was likely in it. Right. I'm not leader. Either give me leadership, otherwise, or your leader this. You can cancel that one. Or otherwise, give me leadership and I can cancel it for first. Because I went to that side. Yeah, no worries. Because yeah, that's sub characters.
Target near you.
Nice. He's still alive out there,
Hostile
right?
sibling golden bullet.
Oh, there. He's gonna die to that. That guy ran away far.
Agent, target spotted.
I think this is way.
That's your target. Target neutralized. Good work.
Is it taking cover on that wall, maybe?
You got the target. Nice.
Because there's done it a few times when I've taken cover on that back wall there.
Agent down.
So I wonder if it's character facing as well. And usually when you're on the
That's another
on a
one
cover,
down. Good job, agent.
sometimes takes the side approach to it. So maybe it's that. You know what? I just won't take cover there. Well, as well, yeah. If you have the smart cover, I'll go for a pulse. Because it'll be handy for that start part. We lose someone like, or we lose track of where someone is. And that was our 10th bounty. Oh, well, that was my 10th bounty. I did a few earlier. And I'm back into position. Try to beat you to it. So I'll do 1T.
Target is near you, agent.
But yeah, we have enough bandies for what we are doing here.
That's your target.
Received. Golden bullet.
In the other side, yeah.
Agent, target spotted. Target neutralized. Good work.
But yeah, let's have a try there as well. Just make sure that we're all kind of looking at that door. Although there, I think we were.
Down. Good job. Thank you for keeping us safe,
Yeah.
agent.
Get lucky over there. That's the better one. little heavy.
Target near you.
Do you think? Oh, there's a guy. Do they spawn over there?
More where that came from.
I think maybe actually, yeah, that back wall might also have something. So those boxes, basically.
Target spotted.
Like behind the
You got the target.
thing.
Nice.
I think those might be cursed.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Yeah, kind of makes it harder to use smart cover, but
You got the target. Nice.
yeah, let's try not
Looks
doing
like you
that
earned
and see if
yourself
that
another bounty.
helps.
Well done.
Hostiles guarding.
It might also just been bad luck, and I'm like assigning, you know, taking correlation as causation. Definitely also a real thing. Because it's way too early to jump to conclusion, but it's just gut feeling.
Target is nearby. That's your target. That's the target, agent. That's your target.
Yeah, that's it.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
Target down. Good job.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You got the target. Nice. Target down. Good job. Thank you for keeping us safe, agent.
One of the things we can do as well is if we
Detected.
way too many armor breaks, you can go touch the wall and you can basically use infinite med packs, at least as long as you're not bugged. Otherwise, well, if you are bugged, it's not too hard to just you can grenade yourself and get revived, and then that usually fixes it. But also, I just don't care about my armor. Is my solution to the thing. I'll let you pop on this. Oh, never mind.
Target is near you, agent.
Because we can alternate if you want, or just try to race each other for it, but
Agent, target spotted.
just in case you want to use up some as well.
You got the target. Nice. That's your
And
target.
most of them die too.
Agent, target spotted. Target neutralized. Good work.
I should totally try to minigun some of these.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
Target
that one
down.
challenge.
Good job. That's another one down. Good job, agent.
I think
Target near you.
likely after this one, we'll need to clear inventory again. Or well, clear caches. Oh, they're already done, so. Back together.
That's your target. You got the target. Nice. Agent, target spotted. That's your target.
And see. 20 caches.
Target neutralized. Good work.
And I can't even
Target down.
load that
Good
exotic
job.
anymore, but we got ourselves a Bullet King. Other exotic abundance. Oh yeah, let's take a minute here to pop some caches. All those bonus items getting in the way. That's why I do like that one new character that I'm gonna set up that also doesn't have that. Because you can avoid that perk. I don't know if you already took that one but also an option maybe. For that newer character of yours. You can just not take the perk. Although the bonus items are, they're not too bad to get because you might get a maxed out mod out of it because otherwise you don't get maxed mods anyway out of it. Definitely some of my crit chances and stuff are through that. Crit chance, crit damages. I'm ready when everyone else is. No. Yeah. I didn't either on the most latest one I did. Oh, that one's on character or account too. Oh, let's pop one.
Target is near you, Agent.
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile.
Okay.
An agent needs assistance.
Running away.
Hostile completed the golden bullet. Golden bullet received.
Agent, target spotted. Target neutralized. Good work.
Actually, I should look at some of the.
You got the target. Nice.
Talents and see if I get immobilized for LMG.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
It's after this 20 sec because it's definitely starting to lag a little bit. Just losing a little bit of frame rate. Because once we have this 20, I'll go back to that character and we just rejoin on that and get a fresh world. Also, we can take a minute there to just do some more inventorying if needed.
That's your target.
Sometimes just
Target spotted.
doesn't want to be consistent.
Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
And the real reason we do it, just to hear Manny praise us. That's the actual prize. Manny over and over going like, goodbye. Thanks, Manny. Just checking on the talents there. Oh, smart to cover, might be missing the spawn up. Maybe just being in cover and stuff there, but nah, I think this is just inconsistency that sometimes
Target is near
exists.
you, Agent.
Like it's just sometimes inconsistent. But maybe being in cover in an angle that
That's the target, Agent.
kind of faces that other way.
Target down. Good job. Agent, target spotted. That's your target.
There, I held the button down. None shall ass.
Good work.
Don't you mean pass, Gandalf? No, no, no. None shall ass.
You got the target.
No asses.
Nice.
This is an ass-free zone.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
If you have an ass, get your ass out of here. Yeah.
The target is nearby.
Hey, engaged. Yep, they're definitely engaged to be murdered.
Hostile completed. The golden bullet.
Agent, target spotted. Target down. Good job. That's your target. That's the target, Agent.
Whee!
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
You got the target.
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm starting to drop some frames.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Right, let's get the 20 here, and then we just
That's
basically
another one down. Good job,
reset
Agent.
the world through me swapping characters. Everybody joins on that, and then we.
Target is near you, Agent.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet. Agent down. Golden bullet received.
It's set on fire there.
Agent, target spotted. Target down. Good job.
I've done that challenge already, actually.
Guarded by hostiles.
Ah, no, that's actually my single day 3 challenge remaining.
You got the target.
But we're getting quite a lot of progress on it here. Oh, there we go. Second. There's my LMG with
Target
immobilized.
neutralized. Good work. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
If you pop one this, I'm gonna. Oh, I'm in combat. Can't. Never mind. Oh yeah, if you pop one. That's a decent LMG. I'll let others have a first pick at it.
Target near you.
Yeah, we're in combat with something out there. What are we in combat with actually? No, can move that away.
Hostile explosive Seeker mine detected.
You got the target. Nice. Agent, target spotted. That's your target.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Target down. Good job. Target neutralized. Good work. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well
Oh,
done.
there's stuff over there. Like, I don't see anybody. I shall take this for sharing. Yeah, I already got a weapon. Somebody else needs that immobilize. We have a health damage. Classic M60, which is pretty cheap of an optimization if somebody wants that. Shoot that one. And it's a crit chance M60E6 if somebody wants it here. I'm already good on those, so if somebody else wants it. Oh shit, that's fine. Whoopsie. Can scroll
Target is
down far
nearby.
enough. But also, yeah, I'll just deal with them. Actually, these guys are not as annoying with the flame rats as the ones with the flame rats.
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah, I say.
Agent. Hostile has full golden bullet. Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
Agent, target spotted. You got the target. Nice.
Leaking field proficiencies again. In 2 seconds, pick up these, but yeah, let's actually take it back to base for a second,
Target
and then
down.
I'll
Good job.
cycle character, and we can have a fresh world. I'm starting to
Target neutralized.
drop frames, and I'm guessing everybody else is as well. We can go to a clean
That's
world.
another one down. Good job, Agent.
We get all the lights.
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
Oh, that's that classic M60. Yeah. 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 Let's look at the base for a second. Because let's more thorough cleaning. Also, this way I can actually. The one thing I want to do before I forget is add this in. Leaving only rifles and pistols to be done. We're gonna clean up here first as well, and then swap character real quick. All the gadgets. Let's go with the best build. Overall, likely, yeah. I mean, the thing is here, like the global event is carrying it. Any good damage dealer works out perfectly fine there. Makaro gets to keep its stacks, which is nice. And here as well, with bandage using, you're gonna likely stack up really quick because, you know, everything's coming out of the same door. So there is that.
to check something out? Thanks for making the deal.
I sure can do that now. Gonna, yeah, so join up again on me in a second. Because I'm gonna, that after that as well, just leave and go back to that character. But it is where we get a fresh, clean world.
Safe area detected.
And whoever's ready, feel free to join on me, and then I'll cycle. I'm gonna actually real quickly check for any LMGs I wanna, because I saw there I actually was full on the.
Another agent is now in your group.
Also, I don't have that much to optimize anymore either. Did I have a graded Mark 46? Looking on the character. You know what, we're just gonna optimize that one just for the. Because if I at this point don't have a. Oh, that's a rusty. Wait, why do I even have that in there? Like. Okay, the one actually has something to optimize. Yeah, would I not have a graded Mark 46? Oh yeah, if you guys stay there, I'm gonna swap on over. Slightly as well. We'll do a little bit more here, but also, yeah, I can't make it like
Entering safe area.
super late. Okay. No worries, Shannon. Thank you for joining. If anybody else wants to join us for some more, let me know. Very briefly. Maybe on the OD character. Yeah, likely on the OD character. Showing off some moves. Yeah, let's go over there. Let's actually grab this outcast one over there, and that we can use to start our ammo and everything on that public. And then if anybody else is interested in joining us, let me know. We'll likely do like another 3 set of 20s or something at most, which would be, you know, a normal 20 within triple X speed.
Civilians in danger.
Just out of curiosity. So I'm a third of the way through it. The 1,000 levels. Which means we have done 111 levels out of the 333 needed effectively. I'll open with that as well.
Hostile assembling golden bullet. Incoming hostiles detected. Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of action.
Quick heal, didn't quick heal.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
I know we can even pick this bounty to do here.
Sometimes. Be quiet.
Your lead, Doug, if you can cancel that one, or if you give us lead.
You have been promoted to group leader.
Here, you do it. Oh, you canceled that. Alrighty. Nice.
Target is near you, Agent.
Okay.
Agent received a golden bullet.
Don't have ammo on that yet. I do.
That's the target, Agent. Target down. Good job.
Yeah. Murder achieved. Don't know if anybody else needs one of these.
You got the target. Nice.
Don't know if you all already have the talents. Otherwise, yeah. Another one.
Target neutralized.
Immobilize.
Good work. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
No.
Target near you.
It's not that one.
Agent down.
That's your target.
That was our target.
Target down. Good job. Target neutralized. Good work. Target down. Good job.
Good job, good job.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
Do you know what? Been meaning to mess around with this one. Still checks out right now. Where's my crit? Oh, I've been fumbling with this build, of course. Oh, wait, did it go somewhere else? Or no? Sorry, I was messing with menus. I need the airplane. Yeah, that thing. I need to fix my crit, actually, I see there.
Target is nearby.
We're messing with parts of this build, of course.
That's your target.
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
There's a
That's the
chameleon.
target, agent.
Two exotic drops so far.
You got the target.
But also a
Nice.
bunch of stars to buy some later on.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Give me like 20
the
seconds here
target.
just to
Nice.
fix my shit. So what have I done? Okay. Am I in combat? I hope not. In combat.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Wait, I'll be right back. 50 seconds. Let's be a good example and fix our shit. This is the 58, right? Yeah, that's fine. Sorry. I'm back. Yeah. Well, here we have Golden Bullet to help us with that. It's kind of weird that I was also like, yeah, not feeling powerful without Golden Bullets. Build felt off,
Target is near you, Agent.
but that makes sense now. We're of course fiddling with different crit layouts and stuff. Also, again, if anybody wants to join us, we still have a spot, so we'll be doing a bunch more bounties here. Like, I might have, yeah. Sorry. I did the thing this time. I'm like, I think everything's dead, even though I literally have the tool to check if everything's dead. Should have just
That's
paused.
your target.
But my brain's very much gone.
Target neutralized.
Streamed way too much today, and
You got the target. Nice.
trying to focus as well as we were recording the unit
Target neutralized. Good work.
video.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Okay. In the way. Oh yeah. Let's deal with them because yeah, they'll force us to go that way. There we go. Should I do myself a machine
Target
gun
near
as
you.
for myself a machine gun? No, you get for every weapon you get. You get for the minigun you get stacks. Was there you can even like there. I don't know, wow.
Target spotted.
Maybe I should be useful. But even for shooting the pistol, you get stacks.
Good job.
The
That's your target.
minigun goes up.
Agent, target spotted. You got the target.
Because that's not necessarily even just tied to LMGs.
Golden
One of the
bullet
reasons as
being
well that
assembled
a
by
bunch of
hostile.
people,
Target neutralized. Good work.
like,
Looks like you earned yourself a...
Hostile
a
has
bunch of
four
people
golden
went
bullet.
for putting backfire on this just to like do ridiculous crit damage numbers, but then also you don't do actually ridiculous damage. You just have a ridiculous crit damage number that's wasted because holy hell, diminishing returns, Batman. Riddle me this, diminishing
Target
returns.
is nearby.
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah.
Vital signs critical.
It's just that hive.
That's your target. Target
I'm
down.
just gonna
Good job.
make sure that your hive still works.
That's the target, agent. That's your target.
The other side must be.
You got the target. Nice.
Right there.
Target neutralized. Good work. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Oh, yeah. Time to open up some caches. Yeah. Yeah, sadly no crossplay available. But if there's anybody around on PC that wants to join us, we won't be going like way longer. Let's take a minute here to clean up our shit. But we'll be going for still a bit. I'm gonna stand there first. And rifles on. Yeah, I mean you can put a cooler on it. Although I feel it's much easier just to pistol. Because also I'm pretty, maybe I need to recheck, but I'm pretty sure cooler isn't actually silent. It aggroes from pretty far away. I usually just use a suppressed pistol and you can just be pretty close to the enemy and then you can like stack it up if you want to. Because you need to just get a shot out every second. Which isn't particularly hard to do even with a pistol. Because if I was smart, I could be doing this.
Target
then,
near you.
You know, when it starts. Well, yeah, it's there. But also golden bullets on and who cares? It works out well enough anyway.
Target spotted.
Golden bullet received.
Target down. Good job. That's your target. You got the target. Agent, target spotted. Target neutralized. Good work. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
I'll share this one as well.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
It's close to maxed out. At least it's a cheap one. But also, yeah, it's not a Mark 46. I'll have a look at that one on the next one. I mean, it is tied to LMGs with its LMG damage. Like, you don't want to really use anything else but LMGs on this, but. Oh, it's a super guy. Yeah. Well, I'll have a peek in a second here. But yeah, I'm guessing not a useful one, seeing as it's on the ground. It's also why, for instance, yeah, some people were using this with rifles and stuff, just like, why?
Target down. Good job.
Like, at least if rifles were in a better place or something, sure, but
That's your target.
it's also the rifles aren't great
Target neutralized.
to begin with.
Good work.
God damn it.
Hostile hive detected.
Oh. Hyenas here. I don't have.
Agent down.
You got the target. Nice. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Don't kill me yet.
Serious trauma detected. Agent out of action.
That's the backpack. Exploding. I would definitely have enough pickups to get my hive back right away. Yeah. Oh yeah, what was this? Oh, what a explosive resistance. Oh yeah, that could be an interesting piece for that. But yeah, we don't use it too much, of course. I don't know. Well, some would take that if you need it, otherwise just deconstruct that LMG up at the... What about that one? No, I don't know if I use it. I don't think I would have a use for it either, is the thing. So... Because, yeah, I don't have many tank builds. Thing is also, most of the raid tanks and stuff are all regen based nowadays.
Target is near you, Agent.
That's more useful. Then at least you kind of save the healer some hassle. There we go with that challenge.
Golden bullet active.
Agent, target spotted.
Target murdered.
Target neutralized. Good work.
That's what I said, but less violent.
You got the target. Nice.
Oh, it's the talent.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's another one down. Good
Okay.
job, Agent.
Oh, I have a shit done. But also I have a bunch of other factions even as well, but I have a ton of outcasts still remaining. Let's use up those just to be easy.
Target is nearby.
And then also I have like 2 other characters that are mostly full. So if we need them more, but likely we'll do a bunch here.
Hostile
Maybe we'll get
completed.
this 20 and then
Golden
another 20 at most, and then kind of call it before 3 o'clock. But tomorrow is also going to be a long day for me. I don't have to start early at least. So.
That's your target.
You get to have a good sleep.
Agent, target spotted. That's your target. You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work.
Also here the focus is it's mostly to get some
You got
levels
the
in.
target. Nice. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Second super unicorn. I hope you get it after this win. It just wasn't usual. Yeah, sometimes it's like that. Yeah, you don't want to. Well, at least if you have the right chest at the time currently, yeah, you don't want to give up any stats.
Hostile assembly.
Because if you basically give up one of the stats, then it's basically the same as, you know, if you have a chest or group of 1 currently. Although, well, actually it would be, well, no, because also you would need to stack up.
That's the target.
It would be a downside to it.
Agent, target spotted. That's your
Should
target.
have trusted there. Yeah, that's my bad.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Also, I should just swap the striker. I keep forgetting what
target.
build I'm running in.
Nice.
I have to hold the button down.
Target neutralized. Good work. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Gotta catch them all. So what was it? I'm on 700. Yeah. Oh wait, oh did I have that down there? It's too bad those aren't that useful anymore. They did shift around quite often with marksman rifles in the end. Just gonna, no,
Target near you.
I know it shouldn't be too hard. We'll also get one from the season track if you haven't yet.
Cover to move.
Okay, great. Stuff like that. Now watch out this the stuff down the street. Wait,
Target spotted.
oh, did you respawn? Yeah, I would respawn anyways. That can cause issues, you know.
Hostile has 4 golden bullet.
You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work. Target down. Good job.
This guy also has.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Wait. Although I don't think it will nowadays anymore. But yeah, that's how we would cause the, you know, the all the enemies dying again. Let's take a minute here to get cleaned up, and maybe we do one more cycle, right, and then call it. But yeah, let's get all our caches popped and stuff, and then let's go for one more 20, and then that'll be it. Sometimes we can make it kind of buggy here. So generally it's best to avoid it. Unless it's like actual wipe or something. But I don't think it bugged it out here. Also, worst case, if it does bug it out, well, I don't know if you've ever seen that one with the things and stuff where, you know, like all the enemies dying, or the clips of that. That I have as well, of like the enemies like re-dying. Or usually it's like when the second time we respawn here, that kind of causes that. But I feel they fixed that, because that would also usually make it super laggy here super quick, which it no longer happens. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it does go fast with this is one of the faster things to do actually for season levels. Not as fast as floor 100 or something, but I think if done super fast, even faster than, yeah, just strongholds and such even. Let's get one more stack of 20s. Caches, and then definitely time for bed for me. So knowing that likely tomorrow I won't have time to edit that video together, otherwise I could have it go up tomorrow. But also we had today, the thingy went up today, the other video went up. Definitely usable grouper chest if somebody wants it. I have too many already. So we'll leave it to others. That's also actually, I'm gonna put one back into the stash even on my end, because the grouper chest on
Nearby.
on this Fury no longer real.
Bullet being assembled by hostile.
That's your target. Target neutralized. Good work.
Golden bullet received.
Target
nice.
down. Good job.
Nice rainstorm. Oh, I'm
Thank
full
you
of
for keeping us
titanium as
safe,
well,
Agent.
actually. Which makes sense, but it's also doing a ton of. But yeah, I'm good on those. Somebody else wants it. Oh yeah, I wanted to mess around with this. Totally. Yeah. Because also nowadays we have the crafting thing. Is of course the thing as well. The retaliation available. I was helped out here and there where I go like, oh yeah, I want one more of this exotic, and then I can just get it. This was nice, definitely. Oh, I caused it. Oh shit. Yeah, I shouldn't have climbed that wall. It's kind of facing that way because of that.
Agent, target spotted. You got the target. Nice. That's the target, Agent. Agent, target spotted. Target down. Good job. Target neutralized. Good work.
Let's hang on to one of those.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
If I should remember to hang on to it. And I'll say I got to use a bunch of these bounties.
Hostile has
Because yeah,
golden bullet.
all the characters were a little bit too full. And I definitely don't want to go over because I'll lose my houndsman rounds.
That's the target, Agent. Agent, target spotted. That's your target. Target down. Good job. Target neutralized. Good work.
You know what, seeing as I don't really
got the
need the
target.
damage, the
Nice.
kind of CC from this is actually kind of nice. Going the route
Thank you for
of
keeping us safe, Agent.
blue screen. Stack of LMGs there. Yeah, let's keep going to
Target is near you,
leak some
Agent.
caches.
Agent, target spotted.
Let me introduce you to Big Bertha. He goes brr.
Agent, target spotted.
He goes brr, and you go ta.
Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work. That's another one down. Good job, Agent. That's the target, Agent. Agent, target spotted.
Received. Golden bullet.
That's your target.
And see.
You got the target.
There's so much shit on the ground that the game is barely rendering stuff anymore. The drops.
Target down. Good job. Target neutralized. Good work. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
We're reaching at least. Well, I have a few more here, even if we
Target
needed
near
to,
you.
but we're also likely don't need that many anymore. Refuse to look actually at my caches until I start leaking. I want to know how many I have. Oh yeah, actually the one I should actually use that. Iron Lung.
Target's
Iron Lung is really good with golden bullets. So
That's your target.
it's because you CC a lot and
That's the target, Agent. You got the target. Nice.
kill.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Sneak the peek. One more. Let's take one from there. Yeah, my list is definitely a lot shorter now. Nice. Although, yeah, character
Target is near
2s
you,
and
Agent.
3s. Definitely.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
You got the target.
Oh,
Nice.
bugged sound.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Manny, we're already on the next one.
Agent, target spotted.
Could you try to keep up? I don't know the sound on this thing bugged out.
That's your target.
Although I don't run the blue screen much anyway, so didn't even really notice.
Completed the golden bullet.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Vital signs critical.
Target down. Good job. That's the target, Agent.
Oh, audio is just starting to bug out in general.
Detected.
Anyway, 20 again. I feel that's a fine time to call it. Let's make sure to get all our loot.
You got the target. Nice. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
No loot left behind. Not as many exotics as sometimes, but definitely got a few. Yeah, I'm gonna jump back to base and I'll look if I have anything worth keeping or sharing, and then I'll take my leave. I don't know if you guys wanna. If I can leave you guys the world if you wanna keep going, but. Well, let me know if you want
Here
it.
to check something out?
I can even actually reset it and then give you a fresh one, basically.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate the business.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we all had our fill there, right?
Firearms inside the
Unless you want to do a bunch yourself.
An agent has left your group.
Yeah, let's see actually if we have anything in here. And then, yeah, we'll round that here. And then, yeah, tomorrow I won't be streaming. I'll be away at work. But also it needs to happen sometimes. One thing I totally forgot as well, but actually I just didn't do it, is still have like one photo set to do. And tomorrow I'll be shooting some again, so I'll have some photos again. So one of the things we might do Saturday when starting up is just quickly doing a photo set, and then maybe Sunday as well when starting up. Start up with a photo set first, just to get kind of caught up again. And then we'll go from there. Some of these I'm kind of looking at talents as well.
Agent, good to be seeing you.
A lot of resources, but nothing to keep. I'm giving actually just this unit mask, just in case I need another. But yeah, thanks Doug, and thanks this for the rents. If you want, I'll leave the world to you. This, if you want to keep going with it.
You have left the group.
Because yeah, you can farm more bounties and even like solo it. But that's enough for me. Definitely. And I could definitely also use some sleep. But yeah, GG's. And actually, how many did I didn't check actually what level we started on or anything. But yeah, for 409 golden bullets stars. And yeah, 400 out of 1,000. So we'll get it then. But yeah, it was nice to have a decent targeted there. And if nothing else, because I'm full up on this again, but I can optimize some of my guns up. I need to actually clean up my LMG collection kind of at some point. But yeah, let's go find somebody to raid as one of our last things here as we send everybody off. Danny's going. We'll go raid Danny. Oh, he's watching the Game Awards. Okay. Yeah, let's go join Danny over on there. I'm guessing he's gonna keep going for a bit, likely. And then yeah, I'll be back Saturday. Right, yeah, Saturday. I'll also likely tomorrow already trying to just stitch together that video and kind of my breaks and stuff, and then render it and have it up by Saturday. But yeah, it'll go up Saturday, what we recorded today. And yeah, it's gonna be the in-depth look part 2, which will be a long one. But let me catch up one last time on all of this. Yeah, thank you as well, this for helping it. Anyway, we got a bunch of levels indeed. And a lot of resources as well, kind of filled up on a bunch of stuff. I can definitely use those up. Survives that. Yeah. It kind of sucks that Survive Fest did not survive the player. The influx of players. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. I'm gonna start the raid there. Start the timer. And yeah, we'll send everybody off to old Annie is watching the Game Awards, not per se Division 2, but you'll likely play some later on. And yeah, I'll be back on the weekends. We'll do some more unit alloys being done now. The next focus is going to be Bittersweet, but also I kind of want to start working on the build collection, so that'll be the next big focus as well. But yeah, enough yapping for me. I did a lot of that today. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for not getting sick of it and still sticking around. Hope to catch you all in the future. I'll be back on Saturday, and as always, have a good night.